Hello.
Hi. Sorry, I was in the completely wrong Discord, and I was like, why the fuck can't I see anyone? I was like, ew, wait, that'll be why.
Yeah, that's a that's a good reason.
Mm-hmm. And all the ice is melting and my cup's getting wet. Oh! I'm gonna need a prompt today. Maybe.
Oh boy. Devious laughter.
Your decisions will end up opening this, potentially.
Fun.
Mm-hmm. Provided you actually get to leave Moncade today.
I would say I like it here.
I mean, there are perks.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of perks.
Yeah.
Alright, what up?
Hi.
Hoi!
How you?
Hoi, hoi, hoi.
I need you guys to one up as well if you're really.
I will do the one. God damn. Is that an L or an uppercase I?
Good question.
Both. It's neither. It's this single line on the keyboard.
Oh,
Nope.
it's the...
It looks like it in Roll20.
It's the line break. What actually is that called? Is it a page break or like what
I
is
don't
that?
fucking know.
That's the line break one.
That's line break, okay.
I don't know. I just use it for shits and gigs.
I mean, I use it because it's good for like breaking up things in my titles.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I use it to... Is that the spoilers one?
Yes.
That's what I use it for. That's about it.
Yeah, when
I
you
love
do,
how
like,
you have to ask me. Is that the spoilers one? The one that I use all the time,
Look,
apparently?
I know how to do bold, I know
Well,
how to
you
do
used it
italic,
earlier.
and I know how to do strike through. That's it.
I know how to
That's it.
do most of them, but the problem is my fucking keyboard, it decide like... It's really stupid because my escape key has escape, the little like
Escape.
opposite side
Escape.
apostrophe, and then the little squiggly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
Oh,
can't
wait, yours
get
has
the...
the squiggly?
the tilde.
My squiggly is under next to my enter button.
So
That's
yeah,
my
on
favorite
this one,
limit
it's on my
keyboard.
escape key, and I can't figure out how to get it to that one because it's the third actual thing on it. Frustrating.
You guys have weird keyboards.
Oh yeah,
He has
mine's
a
tiny.
keyboard.
Oh, you have a little tiny keyboard. Because my little, like, squiggly line is under my escape key.
Right, and that's what it is on my
Same.
laptop keyboard, but this one it's like
You guys have
compact.
completely different keyboards to the keyboards we have over here.
Weird.
Oh.
Also, everyone was ready.
I know. Well, I mean, I said ones, and I got only 2 ones.
Oh boy, we're gonna be here all day.
Guys are gonna be fucking
There, now you have
sad.
4
We're gonna be
ones.
here all day.
It's the fourth one, in case you were curious.
Hmm.
That's 5 ones now.
Well, shit. Everyone go home. Stream's over. Good night.
Wait, I'm already home.
No,
Bye.
don't go anywhere, don't go anywhere.
I already
also
lost,
got my
though.
character sheet open.
Right. Recap?
Yep.
Not it.
All right, so last week we started off. We were just coming out of Moncade, the underground, and we came across. Well, we came out and immediately saw Hannah and a couple other people. We were carrying a couple bodies with us. The bodies of Ulmar. Just need
Dwayne.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Vaudouin. Thank you. We were carrying them, and as we walked up, we spoke with them. We gave them the 2 other people the bodies, and they went off. Peepers went off with them. Hannah said that she was gonna take us back to Ignorance is Bliss. Osiris broke off from the party there to go do something. The rest of us headed down that way. Rax broke off before we went inside. Everybody else went up to the suite. And then we had the in-between RP that we did 2 weeks ago. And basically led us up to the point where we were woken up in the morning like we had been the first time. And we were, well, most of us were brought all together into the suite, and Rex showed up about a half an hour late. And once everybody was there, him and the woman that was with him, including the 3 people that were waiting for them, we all went up to the meeting with the elders. So getting there, they told us tell us everything that happened, and we did. We handed them all of the notes and such that we had. They rifled through it, and we explained everything that happened. Rupert went up to Kess, handed him a box, and from there we were basically allowed to leave, except for Rex and the woman, who were held back for a bit. And then they followed down. I don't know what happened in the meantime while Rex was up with the elders. Came down to everybody down there and pretty much started to have breakfast, and Rax then had to explain who the hell was with him, which her name is actually Miryu, and she's a bounty hunter, and she pretty much was hanging out with us throughout the course of the whole time for last session. So upon talking a bunch and a lot of RP, the main takeaways were Osiris got fucked by the rebuilding effort in Frostvein, and we have to. There was a lot about that.
Yeah,
Ritan-
Cyrus just got straight fucked by the party at that
But not
point
the
as
way
well.
he wanted to be. He
Oh,
was
we're
in a
not
brothel,
to the
he
next
didn't
part
get
yet.
fucked the way he wanted to be.
No, that's the next part. So we were laying into Osiris a little bit before that. Well, during that time, Ritan seemed to be acting a little bit different. After breakfast, I think that was the extent of everything that happened up there. And then we were, Kess, Miryu, and Rax all went down to speak with Hannah about getting some rations and figuring all that out. Found out Osiris had a very large bill from the night before. So they went back upstairs and started to talk to him about that bill, which then even further he got laid into by Ritan especially, but everybody was giving him shit the whole time. Before that, we had decided that we were likely going to Dusthain, but first we had to stop in Frostvein on the way to clear up the other situation with the rebuilding effort. Then we waited a little bit until it was a little bit... Well, the sun was starting to go down so that they could not be in the sweltering heat the whole day. Left Ignorance is Bliss and made their way through the desert. Or started making their way through the desert. We made it to a spot we had camped before when suddenly the ground started to shake, and Rax looks over at Miryu and says, "Don't tell me." And then Miryu says, "Giant scorpions," and combat ensued immediately from there. So throughout this fight, there were was it 5 total by the end, if I remember correctly.
I can go and check.
Okay. Well, I believe it was
I'm
5.
holding my hand up. I'm holding my hand up. 5.
Okay.
I can't see
Yeah.
it.
I can't either. But
1, 2,
yeah.
3, 4, 5. Yes.
Anyway, there were 5. Osiris was by himself, kind of had a scorpion on either side of him for the entirety of that fight, and ended up going down. And Rax went over to try and save him, only to find that his spell didn't work. From there, once the final scorpion was dead, Rax kind of collapsed where he was. Ritan kept trying to dump as much healing as she could into him, or a little bit of healing into him just to get him to get up, and he didn't. At that moment, Kess grabbed Osiris, turned into a horse, and went. And Miryu was right behind them. And they ran, was it about 6 hours on the way back to Moncade to bring him back. After a little while, Rax and Ritan soon followed, and about an hour later, they caught up with Kess, who was by himself. Miryu went on alone carrying Osiris, and the Kess, Ritan, and Rax all continued all the way to Moncade without stopping. They made it, and as soon as they walked into the door, Hannah basically ushered them to go up to the Room of the Elders. There they found Osiris was on the table with I think the diamond was on his chest. And,
He was holding it on his
Mhm.
chest,
And
I think.
Lady Sweet Dove was standing next to him, basically waiting for us to get back. And we performed a resurrection ritual ceremony, whatever you want to call it, and we ended up luckily getting him to come back.
Yeah, it was very close.
It was a very intense, very emotional time for the whole party. And pretty much after that was done, everybody just, well, I say everybody, I know Rax and Miryu once they got back downstairs, saw Osiris was in the bed, they just collapsed on their own on a sofa. And from there, this week, I think everybody had their own RP for the remainder of that day.
Yeah. Yep. So some people slept, some people didn't initially. I caught up with RP and various things with everyone throughout the week. But yes, you did spend the rest of your day. I don't want to use the word relaxing. Recovering, regathering yourself, pulling yourself. Some of you had interesting conversations. Other of you experienced some interesting encounters. But you all eventually found sleep at some point. And for those of you who slept from the evening, which is Kess and Ritan and Osiris, you've been out cold the entire time. You did oversleep.
Oh.
And from what you think was maybe, your usual rest, you guys were so exhausted, and you still feel exhausted when you wake up at about 11 o'clock the next morning. You're
Oh my
left
god,
to
Ritan's
sleep.
having an existential crisis.
You are left to sleep. You're not woken up by anyone this morning. You didn't have a meeting to go to, so they let you rest. And they all, Hannah knew how exhausted you were. She shut down the place for you guys coming back. But those of you who are waking up from this slumber, you do open your eyes and you're reminded of where you are. Instead of being in Frostbane, you're back in Moncade after having to pull Osiris back from the brush with the afterlife. Your bodies are still heavy with exhaustion from making your way as fast as possible through the arid sands without stopping to rest. For those of you who shared a room with someone last night, you awaken in their embrace, comforted but still tired. Osiris, like I said, you've been out cold from the minute you were put on that bed. Everything hurts. Your body feels heavy and you are still exhausted. You pull yourself to consciousness and you notice that Miriam and Rex are asleep leaning against each other on the balcony outside, having left the drapes open for you to see if you wake up. You're sort of coming to, and Rupert comes downstairs and walks over to the bed next to you. And he just leans in and he's like, "Good morning. How are you feeling?"
Good morning. Just exhausted, hurting. I think my muscles are very weak right now still.
Oh, that's understandable. Lady Sweet Dove herself is still in recovery. She's currently asleep in her quarters, but she did ask that I would come down and check on you this morning. She's also organized brunch for all of you and your friends, so, thank her later.
Oh, thank you. If tell her thank you from me as well. This means a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure to everybody else as well.
Well, the good thing is that you did manage to be brought back from the brink, so those who helped you, I would thank them gratefully. But anyway, Hannah and Pedro should be up with the breakfast soon, or the brunch rather, so if you have any questions before you leave Moncade, please come up and see us. Just, don't expect Lady Sweet Dove to be there. She's dealing with a lot.
It's understandable. Thank you for your help and hospitality here.
Mm-hmm. And then he, goes back up, closes the door behind him. And almost after that, Hannah does come up, accompanied by the brown-haired gentleman you've been seeing going around, the one that's kind of taken up post at the bottom of the stairs each time you've come in. And they sort of make their way in quietly and then see that you're awake and they look really, really relieved. Hold that. So yeah, they make their way into the room quietly and they do see that you're awake and they both look really, really relieved and they give you sort of a good morning wave. And then they go to set up the table similar to the one that you had breakfast on the other day. And basically they just spend the time putting out the spread of brunch. There's bacon and sausages and cold meats and cheeses and grapes and strawberries and breads and all that wonderful stuff. And as before, tea and coffee. And as this is being set up, the rest of you gather, sort of, Rags and Mirio, you sort of break from your slumber and smell the bacon, and you're like, oh my god, fuck yes. And then you see that Osiris is, on the go. Ritan and Kess, you both gather your things, make your way up to the suite to check on your friends. And as you come in, you do obviously see that Osiris is awake and conscious. And that there is this spread across the circular table and chairs are set up for all of you.
So as Rax gets up, as he comes in, he's gonna kind of look in, see that Osiris is up, and he's very relieved look on his face. He's gonna... How you feeling, buddy?
Good morning. I'm feeling pretty well, better than I have been. Muscles are sore, very sore, but it'll be good.
Rax kind of nods and you need a hand getting over to the table or something? gesturing at the breakfast table.
That should be okay. Is my trident anywhere? I can use that as a walking staff the best I can.
Yeah, the stuff was brought down last night. It's on like a little table just off to the side of where the bed area is.
Rex will go and grab it for him.
Cyrus makes his way kind of sitting up and going to the side of the bed as well.
And yeah, you know, like with a little bit of help from Rex and a little bit of help from your walking stick, and Necros is by you as well. You know, you sort of, both of you make your way over to the table where Miryu is already parked up. And those of you who are coming upstairs, you kind of meet in the hallway before you get up to the third story where the suite is. So that's Kess and Ritan. Kess, actually, I need to borrow you.
Oh no!
The first pull.
Oh boy. And it's soon to, well, actually not as soon as last week's, but
Oh boy. I don't like how much they're laughing. We are laughing! We are having fun! Oh. The man on the bridge, I hit him with a burrito!
But yes, Ritan and Kess, you sort of bump into each other.
Okay.
Ritan is carrying her armor rather than wearing it.
Wouldn't have put my armor on either.
I mean, when it weighs like 50 pounds. Bro. So yeah, but she's basically just wearing, and you saw it before in the first time that you guys camped out together, but she's basically just wearing like her thigh-high boots with the flat soles, and she's got like the battle booty shorts, because that's the theme the past 2 weeks. And this almost like tighter fit shirt that's probably designed to go under her armor, and she's just like got like all of her armor like tucked in on itself, and she's just carrying it, and she looks up, oh, morning, afternoon, I don't.
Good morning. Did you rest well?
She kind of like smirks a little bit, like the corner of her mouth twitches up a little bit, and she just goes, eventually.
I thought I told you to rest first. He'll just give a little
Yes,
laugh.
She just goes, yes, mother.
He rolls his eyes.
And you both make your way into the suite easy enough, you know. Those of you who are there, Rex, Cyrus, and Miryu, you all see them walk in together.
Gives you guys
Ritan
a salute.
both of them carrying their armor.
You guys have good nights?
Again,
He's
that
got a grin on
twitch
his
of a
face.
Smile.
I slept longer than I thought I did.
Yeah.
As he's like rubbing
Yeah.
the sleep out of his eyes, like.
Ritan like pinches her eyes too.
Rex
But
is just
she's
kind
just
of
like
nodding.
fighting a smile the entire time. By the way, did I leave my mask in here? And she looks around. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
It
all
goes
of your
in-
gear and shit.
Yep,
Your gear and
Yep.
shit's still in this room where you left it. Mm-hmm.
knew that.
I'll
But yeah,
set my
on
arm.
her back and everything.
I'll set my stuff down and make my way over to
Mhm.
the table. Give like a nice big stretch before I sit down.
So yeah, you find your way to the table. So basically what it is Rex is opposite Ritan with Mirio to his side, Osiris and Kess are on either side of Ritan, as you're kind of like sitting around this circular table. And as you know, you come to learn table manners aren't something that Mirio cares about, so she's already chugging coffee and shoving, like, she's basically sitting there picking grapes, chucking them up and catching them in her mouth as she was waiting for you guys to come in for breakfast, and she's trying to give you like a lazy
Missed like
wave.
4 or 5 times. There's like 6
No.
grapes on the floor.
She never misses. She has great dexterity.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, she does. Like, just in general.
I bet.
I mean, you can ask Rax if you really want.
Ritan's not that nosy. I am.
But yeah, you know, you all sort of come together, and there's just this relief, but also like you're all together again. So, and you're all sitting munching around this table.
Ritan pours herself a cup of coffee and just like slouches in her chair.
Rax is gonna kind of wait until everybody settles down for a second. He's gonna look straight at Ritan like this. So, bridal style, huh?
Yeah, Mirio spits the coffee across the table and bursts out
I
laughing.
spit all over myself.
Irish chuckles.
She sprays coffee across the table, like flat out, like I just did.
Yeah, Mirio is losing it right now.
I thought you were sleeping.
Oh, I was. And then we woke up and... Well, we ended up downstairs getting some wine before we go and watch the sunrise, and, well... Pedro had a question for me. He was like, hey, I thought there were only 4 of you. When did the other guy come upstairs? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? So yeah. Bridal style. Interesting.
Rax, can you roll me a perception, please?
She is like panic. Like she's just sitting there like deer in the headlights. Like her eyes are like this big, and she's just like fuck face.
Oh boy.
Oh.
You see on Ritan's ring finger on her left hand a golden band that wasn't there before. You
Okay.
can maybe assume it's an engagement ring.
Mm-hmm. Rex still
Okay,
has the
hold on,
biggest
hold on.
shit-eating grin on his face the whole time.
And she just takes a very slow sip of her coffee. So that's not actually a question, that's an observation, I guess?
Oh, so it's true then!
Just kind of like shrugs.
Nah. Not get out of it this morning. Come on. Details.
Did something fun happen last night while he's knocked out?
She's just looking at all of you like, what the hell?
Ass is just hiding in his cup of tea.
Was it you two?
No!
But like he's all like quiet and stuff, and you're all like flustered and stuff.
I'm always quiet.
No, but this is different. You're like avoiding conversation quiet.
I would like to avoid this conversation.
Oh, there's no getting out of this conversation.
Rex
Rex
not
says
this
it.
morning.
So who was he? How did he get here?
You know, I knew those questions were going to get asked eventually. And she closes her eyes in the middle of her sentence and just takes a very deep breath. and looks mildly irritated. I just didn't think they were going to come up in this context.
Rex just kind of shrugs and goes, well, they've come up.
So they did. Sorry, my dog is. Hang on.
That's okay.
It's really
Mine
hard to
interrupted
stay an
you.
awkward rattan character when there's a dog behind you distracting you.
I mean, at least it's only a dog.
Like, I get back in and she's like, meh! And she looks like she's like weighing what she's gonna say.
Use your words, Ritan. You were very good at them yesterday.
What is that supposed to mean?
Cat got your tongue?
I'm not really sure what you're insinuating.
Was it a cat or was it him?
She actually
That
like
was
chokes
Marion.
on her coffee. She chokes on her coffee again. This is going to be my new nightmare.
Wow, he was that bad.
Wow, I'm sorry.
Really?
Hey, we're going off the information you're giving us, which right now
No,
is
this is
not
going to be
very
my
off.
nightmare because all of you are helping him right now.
Ooh, so wait, so he's here?
Just puts his hands up like, I'm not
He's
doing
like-
anything.
He's like, mm-mm.
Osiris has a lost look on his face.
That's. I was gonna say something mean, but never mind. You just died. He's being nice to you because you just died. She kind of rolls her eyes and smiles. Alright, fine. I guess if you're going to demand answers of me before I even have breakfast. He's my fiance.
Is that like a new thing, or?
And she kind of like nods her head.
Rex goes, well, that explains that, and he kind of points at your finger.
Pretty.
And she kind of looks at it for a second.
So
As
that
for-
partially explains it.
As for how he got here, he has a tendency to just show up when he feels like it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a booty call.
And she actually just starts laughing.
Sorry, Mary wouldn't laugh. She was being serious.
She finds this hilarious. Ooh. Ooh. That's good. That's funny.
That's not an answer.
But also not a booty call.
Okay,
She
so
gives a very, like, mildly annoyed look up at the ceiling.
Mary just kind of goes, "What you looking at?" Up there, what are you looking at?
Nothing in particular.
You're weird this morning.
I'm weird all the time.
No, not like this. Are you sure it wasn't you two? And she gestures between Chan and Kess again.
didn't sleep with Kess.
Sure.
Rex goes, well, we kind of know where Kess was.
She like jabs you with her elbow.
Oh, and Ritan immediately fixates on that instead.
Rex goes, no, we'll get to that.
This is payback for yesterday, isn't it? And she kind of like looks apologetically at Osiris. This is my turn, isn't it?
I was expecting him, and he
I guess
points at
so.
Kess.
All right, and she kind of just like puts her elbows on the table and starts rubbing the sides of her head. Am I doing this? Like, are we just going all in?
I mean, I don't know what all in is for you, but we behaved last night.
Mm-hmm.
Puts her head in her hands.
I mean, Osiris had just died. What a disrespectful thing to do.
Okay, you know what?
Uh-huh. And she has the biggest shit-eating grin on her face.
People cope with their feelings and their pain in different ways.
We're waiting for your story.
I've never actually had to talk about this before, so
She's like chewing on a bit of bacon.
stop giving me that look.
I'm sorry?
Again, she takes a drink from her coffee and just starts thinking.
Rex slowly starts munching on food, not breaking eye contact at all.
Yeah, Miri was just like... straight up just like, focus. Laser point focus. And then she leans over. Is she always this quiet when she's put on edge like this? Because, I mean, she had great fun against Osiris yesterday.
Rex just kind of shrugs and goes, I mean, sometimes. Not all the time.
Alright, so I guess what specifically are you asking?
Who is he? How do you know him? How did he actually get here other than he just appears? That's a little vague.
I mean, to be fair, I don't actually know how he does that. He just does.
Cass just kind of laughs at the how did he actually get here part.
Gives you an annoyed look out of the corner of her eye.
He goes back to hiding in his tea.
Again, I don't actually know how he does that. He just does. So that's how he got here. Who he is, how do I know him? I've known him my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I saw Zoe laugh and it threw me off.
Sorry, just that.
I know.
Oh, it made Miru laugh too.
He kind of... It was more or less... He kept an eye on me, he protected me, kept me safe. And... it kind of escalated from there.
Hmm.
I hate you a lot right now. And his name is Leodir.
Okay. I'm assuming I don't know who that is.
You can roll me a disadvantage religion check. Anyone
Can I
who
roll one? Oh,
Yep. Yep.
So glad that was a disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
you said religion, correct?
Yep. Disadvantage religion. In fact, Osiris, I'm gonna give you the straight roll, and I need to borrow you.
No.
Oh dear God.
No. Oh no. Oh no. I hate you guys for doing this to me. Well, not to me. I'm here for it. Ritan is like dying on every. Oh, I was not ready for this.
I have done nothing.
I was not ready for this at all. Like when she said the session was going to start off rocky, I was like, oh, this happened.
Oh, there is so much still to go. You have no idea.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm just waiting for my turn at this point.
Oh, besides Osiris, you're not gonna get the worst.
Really? That
Really.
makes me feel slightly better about being drilled like this right now. Yep, there you go. There's the spelling. There you go. I don't even know how the fuck he knows that. That's like that thing where he's like, I don't actually know how I know this, but I know it.
He reads a lot of books, and he's 200 years old.
You know what? Fair.
I mean,
Fair.
that's how I
Like,
like.
if you have to have a throwaway explanation, like that's a pretty
Mhm.
good one.
Yeah, I mean,
He's had 219 years to read a lot of books, and none of them were on how to negotiate and properly treat prostitutes.
yeah, exactly, and that like cuts out a whole section of a library, I'm sure.
He did not read the section on dominatrix.
Well, he might have. We don't
He
know.
skimmed. He lightly skimmed.
I don't even know if he skimmed. I mean, he might not have read the what not
The
to do with
important
one section,
Yeah,
but
he read the what to do, not the what not to do.
he read the what happens section, and he just kind of skimmed over the like,
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah. He read the do column, not the do not column.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in all my reading about, dominatrixes, there was never a passage or anything like that about wine.
Or asking them to wait.
Oh. No, there
my
probably
God.
was a section, but like
can't.
I said, he probably just
He
skimmed
didn't read
over
it.
it. He read like half of the book and was like, finish the what to do section or what happens, and then just,
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't need anymore.
Alright.
So, Osiris, you know what you know.
Rex just kind of gives a confused look, and he's like, I don't know who that is.
Osiris gets a light bulb.
Well, you obviously figured it out. Alright, I guess we're going all in honesty here.
That's on you if you want to explain that. I won't explain that. That's your personal information.
Did you just say, oh my god, Kess?
No. No. I said something else, but I'm not going to repeat it.
Did Kess say it, or did Keeper say it?
Keeper said it.
Okay.
I guess this would kind of answer one of the previous questions as well. Leodir is my Deva.
What? 'Cause, like, I don't know. 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 Like, I don't know.
and she like immediately stops talking, and she has this very like contemplative look on her face. Like maybe she's never actually said that before.
Rax just kind of slow nods. Interesting.
And you all hear from somewhere in the room this very silky, smooth, masculine voice. And the smell of charcoal and burning kindling wood fills your nostrils. And you hear, and it's very sort of cocky, but also smooth at the same time. He's like, is it that hard to believe that her Deva could actually fall in love with her?
Rax just kind of... Not really? Random voice?
And in from the balcony. And I need to pull up notes for this because I didn't think he would actually show up today.
I didn't either!
You guys pulled him out, so here he comes!
You guys poked the bear.
Not so much of a bear.
No.
I didn't poke anything, I'm eating!
In from the balcony, you see this impossibly beautiful, young, handsome human male with piercing, glowing golden eyes, chalky white-gray skin, great slate-colored hair, and just this... He's dressed really, really formally. He's got like this ghillie shirt on. The tire sort of loosened a little bit so you can't see his chest, and it's tucked into black pants. And yeah, he just sort of strolls in off the balcony out of nowhere, and just gives like a little.
Kess casually looks over. Oh, Lydir, I didn't expect to see you again so soon.
Leia,
Lydir, sorry.
No, don't start your sass with me, child.
Kess would have gotten it right. Keeper's dumb, okay?
And his voice too, like Ritan's expression went from like tense to much more relaxed.
But yes, he sort of strolls his way over. He walks right over to Ritan, kisses her on the cheek, and then goes, "Stand up a second."
Okay, and she does. Very confused.
Stand up. He sits down and then pulls you into his lap.
Okay.
Sorry,
There's like momentary uncomfortability with that, where she's like, "What is it? Okay, this is happening," and then just, "All right, this is happening."
Rax is smirking this whole time, and he goes, "Well, it's nice to meet you."
Likewise, I'm sure. So, do you have any further questions now that I'm actually here for once, or did I waste the trip down here?
How do you just keep appearing places?
Ritan giggles a little bit.
Well, you know, magicians never tell their secrets. But, you know, I have certain pull with the weight of things, you know, material plane versus my domain. We'll call him A, we'll call him B.
Rax's face kind of... What's your domain?
That is
Ritan's
something
eyebrows arch.
I am not willing to disclose. It is private for a reason. Unfortunately, a couple of individuals have scattered their way in there recently, and he kind of flicks a gaze over at Osiris.
Ritan's kind of just like doing like the there back rub.
Cyrus coughs in his drink.
Yeah, next time you die, please don't come to me.
I don't think he intended to.
Fair.
I didn't intend to die.
Also true.
All I'm saying is, you know, Just make sure you don't keep making a habit of wandering in there. I do like my privacy. Although in saying that, Ritan's been wandering in for years.
That's different.
It certainly is now. And he takes a sip of your coffee. He doesn't even get himself a cup.
She's not even gonna argue with him at this point.
You've all gone very quiet. For those
I
of
don't
you who are
think they were
pressing.
expecting this to be the answer.
Rex
What?
kind
You
of
get
shakes
straight-
his head. Also didn't really expect you to show up, so yeah, you just do, apparently.
This is
I
true.
was completely honest with you.
She was. This time. Half the time she's choking on her drink, it's my fault. I'm always here.
Remember when we first met, I said that I had a messenger with deliberately inconvenient timing? Points at him.
Well,
And
now it
to
makes
be
sense.
fair- Yes, but to be fair, my deliberately inconvenient timing, as you so wonderfully put it, has always been, worth it. Your reactions amuse me. In the best kind of way, and he kind of, like, scruffs your hair a bit.
Rex kind of does want to, like, the fully understanding, nodding his head just to be like, fair.
Speaking of, where's your winged friend?
Rex, I mean, as much as a Dragonborn can kind of just go ghost white, he does.
I mean, Frisia.
Yeah, she's not here. That was one of the other things I was going to mention. Takes a deep breath and he's just kind of sitting there contemplating how he wants to explain.
If
Yeah,
you don't
he
want to
looks
talk
really
about
uncomfortable.
this, you don't have to.
No, you need to know, is it probably will affect me moving forward, being helpful.
Hey.
While we were fighting the scorpions, I don't know if any of you noticed, but I wasn't wearing any of my armor. And one of them tried to stab me, like with the stinger. And it didn't. Just bounced off. Just my scales. I thought it was Frisia's doing. Asked her about it last night, and it wasn't. And she got really mad and cut my fine familiar without me doing it, and she was gone. Kind of just, he takes a second, just sort of collecting his thoughts a little bit as he's sort of reliving it in his head.
Ritan looks like completely heartbroken for you.
I feel like I should go.
Rax just kind of shrugged and says, if you want. Takes a deep breath again, and I went out into the desert late last night to... I had no idea what I could still do or how I could be any help
went out there
to you
alone?
guys. He nods to Miryu and he says, she came with me just to make
I
sure.
was there. I took my
And-
sword, made sure there's no danger, that kind of deal.
Yeah. It seems I have some abilities still. I can still do the teleport thing that I do, and I can still see in the dark, but I tried a couple times to cast a couple different spells and nothing.
But you changed your clothes. Like you're supposed to.
Yeah, I did this morning. And he just goes quiet and he just starts sipping on his coffee.
From what we understand, there was a misunderstanding between himself and Frisia, correct? And she looks over at Erex.
He nods, still drinking his coffee.
Sorry, my very slow brain is trying to wrap itself around what you're telling me.
So Ladia then pipes up. She's like, "Well, it's pretty simple. Warlock, patron, disagreement.
Yeah, I got that.
So either he goes after her and makes amends, or she comes to terms with whatever the fuck he did."
I don't even know what you did.
He puts his coffee back down and he says, I don't think I did anything.
Then I'm really not understanding why she's pissed.
We were discussing basically me working with the powers she gave me to do better, and etc., and I asked about it, and she got extremely angry and said that wasn't her. It was someone or something else that did it, and then
Well, did she think that you made a pact with someone else?
He just kind of shrugs and says, I didn't know. It was, as far as I was concerned, her. He says, but last night after trying to cast all the spells, I spoke with Muriu and she said, why not see if maybe Destiny would know. So we swung by her room and she met us up here after that, and she told me what it sounded like where it came from was one of the Dragonborn sorcerers from my homeland. I'll explain a little bit more about there in a minute, but it sounded similar to what happened with them. So maybe it was my draconic bloodline coming in. I don't know, but I don't think I asked for it. It just happened.
Ritan kind of looks at Lady. You're still very confused. Have you heard of anything like that?
Let me open this sheet and tell you. Natural 20, fuck yeah.
Hey, you go, boo-boo.
And you see him process for a moment, and it looks almost as if he's, like, his expression glazes over completely.
Mind Palace.
And he takes a moment and he goes, I think I have, actually. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You're from a draconic bloodline from the mountains here in this continent, correct?
Yeah, and he kind of gestures in the general direction of where the peaks would be from where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, from the deserted peaks.
So, were you born into the Sorcerer Peak, or...?
Shakes his head.
That's fascinating. Because I've never heard of someone awakening so late in life to that bloodline anyway.
Just kind of nods. Mm-hmm. I mean, I
don't-
haven't spent the majority of the past decade training or anything, so maybe because of that, it
I
took
mean-
so long.
You are in touch with arcane nature just because of your agreement with your patron.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps your prolonged exposure to that has somehow influenced the awakening in your bloodline.
What, like trip the fuse?
Sort of, yes. Whatever fuse it. But I think it's, as stated, a misunderstanding, and if there's some way that main question is, do you still feel your patron's presence?
Rax nods and he says, when I tried to cast the spells, I basically got the cold shoulder. So the connection's there, but
Hold on.
They obviously care deeply for you before they force themselves out of your spell and then stick around.
You just
It's
kinda-
almost unheard of someone to be, or something to be able to break a spell on their end, or that type of spell anyway. So whoever your patron is must be very powerful. Whew.
Rax's eyes go wide and he just kind of nods his head.
Ritan, you feel him shudder underneath you.
You literally saw her through my eyes.
Has she ever appeared any differently to you? And he's directing that at Rex.
What do you mean?
Well, has she ever looked different, taken on a different appearance?
Rax takes a second just thinking. As in, was she always like this size? Because she's not always this size. Normally she's...
Where did you meet her?
The Feywild.
And he sort of gets like a little twitch of a smirk and then he goes, okay, well, I would say work on trying to reach out to them. Try and get your point across now that you have more information. I think that your bond is definitely stronger than you realize. If they're still there after forcing themselves out of your spell, they care. Give them time. Reach out again, and there may still be hope for you yet.
And be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually what helps. And he kind of smirks at you, Ritan.
You have no room to talk.
Oh, I've been nothing but honest. It wasn't for me to appear here and say, hey, by the way, we got engaged on the balcony last night and then made the best love
Oh
ever.
my god.
Rax cracks
She
a
turns
smirk.
like 50 shades of red.
There it is. There was a match last night.
She puts her hand over her forehead.
To be fair, I did prompt her to rest, but she did the whole bedroom eyes thing and insisted before
Okay,
she
and
slept.
she's gonna put her hand over his mouth. Stop talking. That's enough.
Well, congratulations either way.
She'll move her hand just enough.
It took her long enough.
Oh,
Rax does chuckle at that.
And I mean, like, and he gestures to himself and then he gestures to Ritan. Like, I mean, look at us both. It's obvious, isn't it? I'm attractive, she's attractive. We've been together like her entire life. And, you know, when you save someone's life, it kind of does things to you.
she.
Should I stop talking?
No, it's alright.
I mean, I enjoyed last night. I don't know about you. And he sort of leans back in the chair and puts his arms behind his head.
She can't even fight the smile on that one. Well, there you have it. And pretty much everything I know, he knows. So if you tell me something and if you don't want him to know it, you probably shouldn't tell me.
Yeah, like falling asleep on your... Never mind.
Lay it here.
Rex goes,
What? It was funny!
Rex goes, oh, speaking of. He just kind of
Will you
like
tap it
snaps
again?
out of it. And he just gives
Tap it
Kess a
again.
thumbs up
Looks
and he
at
goes,
Kess.
And then Mirio goes, oh, yeah, was her bed comfy?
Yes.
Sorry we took her out of your room for a while. Well, at least you were finished whatever you're doing before she came and helped us.
she said you
Oh.
were asleep too, so.
My stars.
I was asleep.
Ritan kind of gives like Leodir like the really mischievous like kind of look like.
And he leans forward from his, like, slouching and wraps his arms around your waist and, like, perches his chin on your shoulder. Like, so we weren't the only ones who misbehaved last night?
I think it was misbehaving.
Oh, come on.
Kess just shrugs.
Really? I just show and tell the most precious part of my life. You can give a few
Aw.
details.
I'm the most precious part of your life.
I went downstairs, I grabbed a drink. Destiny I went back up to her room, we showered, and then I went to sleep.
Funny, we show her too.
Yeah. She was literally about to tell him, don't say anything.
You gotta be faster with him!
I know!
Rex goes, well, we prefer bats,
He's
but
so
I get it.
fucking quick.
Yes, yeah, we do, but also we behaved last night.
We
We're
did!
the only ones that behaved! This is what we get for trying to do
Behaved?
after morning sex. Wait, you did?
Yes,
So wait, you didn't?
I did not.
Insight check.
Okay. You believe him?
Really?
Really?
And then you feel Ritan a kiss on the side of your neck. Well, aren't we the naughty ones? I mean, usually about this time I'd flash you images of what happened, but I'm here, so now I can torment you in
Can
person.
you not?
What, in person or put them in your head? Because both is completely optional right now.
And she kind of gives all you guys a look of like, well, there you go. Like, do you see what you've done?
Rex is proud of what he's done.
Well, I'm not going to apologize for 10 years of pent-up sexual frustration.
Well, I mean, we did the night before as well, so...
Which, by the way, fuck you for making me wait half an hour. And she points at Rax and Miryu.
He says, I'm sure you guys have done it in the morning. Like, and he gives like a, come on.
Actually, not yet.
Nope.
But I'll put it on the list for tomorrow.
Rex just goes,
Really?
just gives a nod and
And Miryu pipes up, yeah, make sure you give the snuggles afterwards, they're the best part.
I
big nod from Rex.
don't really think we need any advice.
I mean, you guys are the ones that haven't had mornings, so
Yes, but she also completely missed the point for 10 years of her life. Trust me, I've been trying to get across the message that I'm in love with her for 10 years. She's denser than a post.
Excuse me, sitting right here.
Yeah, I can feel you. All I'm saying is that it took you 10 years to realize. You really think all of those advances was just me joking around? Come on.
Yes, hindsight 2020. I'm
You're just
dumber than a
smirking.
doornail.
You even put it on the wrong finger the first time I gave you it.
You specifically.
He's sitting chuckling.
As is Kess.
Rax too.
When you specifically say it's not something, I didn't want to make you uncomfortable.
You still went for your left hand.
Do I need to repeat what I said last night?
Which part of it? I'd love to hear. 80% of it?
I may have missed 10. You missed probably double that.
To be fair, it was completely professional because you came to me to be your
I still don't know what we call that.
siphon, I guess?
That sounds...
It's still not good, right?
no.
For the record, never call me a god again, Rex. Really not about that. Don't want to ever
Fair.
be a god. Totally not a god. Not my job. And the fact that I'm not a god is a good thing, because otherwise she wouldn't be here and neither would Osiris.
Fair
a
enough.
confused look on his face.
What?
I just said I get a confused look.
Well, I guess now that's out, so we have to clarify that.
I thought I made it perfectly clear that Osiris ended up in my space
No, the
unannounced.
other thing.
Hmm? I mean, thing is broad with you, so please continue.
My vocabulary is lacking. It encompasses a great many things. Were Leodir a god, I would have, died 10 years ago.
And you see his posture tense.
We don't really like talking about it.
Rax gives a understanding but still confused slow nod as he's like not gonna ask any further. He's just that's the face
She
he's
definitely
making.
takes a more comforting posture toward Leodir.
Osiris looks down at his drink.
And I don't want you to feel bad about it either, Osiris. I don't think it was your fault.
No, it's just when I died, I think I saw the back of him.
Wait, you saw me?
Oh.
Yeah, I felt like an eternity forever, but
Death tends
before, yeah, that was before I got pulled back.
to. You were further beyond than I realized.
I still kind of think that's my fault.
No, I mean beyond being alive.
Oh.
Are you saying a few more seconds and we'll have been dead?
I mean, you were dead anyway. So, the way that, and he sort of like shifts under Unatan and straightens up and gets like business mode. The way that bringing back mortals from the dead works is that your soul has to be convinced and willingly brought back. And usually they ask for people who know you in life to try and call out to you. Did you hear everyone?
I heard one. Kind of gives you a look at Ritan.
She kind of like straightens up and looks slightly surprised and maybe uncomfortable. Me.
Osiris gives like a smile at you as well.
Me.
As for the other two, I apologize I didn't hear you, but I feel like you guys did say something.
Rex kind of just, not fully like slinks down in his chair, he just kind of, a little bit, probably noticeable, he's like, nah, it's, I don't know how that stuff works, so maybe I didn't do it right. But I'm glad you did hear somebody.
Had he not heard at least one of you, he wouldn't be here.
Well then, despite what a mess I was, I suppose I'm grateful you did.
Yeah, you were really, like, properly
Can
full
you
on
not?
crying. I'm just letting him know that you were all emotional. They actually care about you, big guy. So don't worry, even though they teased you all morning, she actually cares.
Osiris gives like a soft face and then goes to take another drink.
It's part of why when I was bringing you upstairs, I told you that if you wanted to talk about it, we could. Because, well, you smelled like him.
And that lingering stench of, like, charcoal and burning wood is still in the room.
I am sorry for tearing into you as much as I did yesterday, but I'm glad that you're back.
Hey, you had to get out what you needed to get out.
Oh, I was
It
going
happens.
to flat say, I meant everything I said, I just feel bad about it, based on what happened after.
Hey, you could've... You can't tell the future, you know?
And Mario pipes up, I sometimes can.
Anyone else have any enormous reveals they want to share at breakfast?
Not this morning, and she kind of sits down and starts throwing grapes in her mouth again.
This has been the weirdest breakfast I've ever had.
I mean, we could make it weirder.
No!
And he chuckles.
Rex just kind of looks sort of down, away from everybody at the table. He's like, it's been a weird day.
Yeah.
And a weird week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really
Also-
don't like this mountain.
Yeah, I know. And on that note, I stick to what I said last night. I think we should leave as soon as we can. And she kind of looks at Leodir. I would prefer if we leave today.
This is gonna look at Osiris. I'm leaving it up to him.
I can move. I just can't promise I can fight well.
Well, then we're just going to have to band a little bit closer together. going to second the fact that I really don't like it near this mountain.
Well, not even just that. We really need to. We need to start getting some headway on crossing off things from that list. Because
Oh, and I
It's
guess
not
I can
stopping.
reveal that now.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I know so much about the Talentar,
Mm-hmm.
and she kind of motions to Leodir.
Told you, or
It's kind of how would you describe that? It's not like
So, in the same way that a god would give their followers.
ugh,
Ugh.
they both
Um,
do that like, at the same
Yeah.
time. Ugh.
Jobs or biddings or stuff like that.
This is very awkward.
Mm-hmm. And this will be probably the one and only time I'm willing to discuss this. I, as part of my duty being her Deva, and also being the one who gives her her abilities,
Kind of jangles her holy symbol at you guys.
I gave her a task to investigate to see what she could do about putting an end to these people rising up. When I'm not invading her thoughts in the best way possible.
Being filthy.
I mean, only recently. I mean, I can do it more often if you like.
I'm gonna regret that later.
I don't know if regret's the word you should use.
Hmm.
Anyway, I offered her this job as part of our agreement on the, I guess, religious side of things.
Ugh.
Yeah. Religious side of things. Because technically speaking, I'm acting God. Ugh. Nope. Doesn't feel right.
Don't like it. It's
Definitely not a
weird.
god.
No, it makes me uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. I will never be a god, nor do I ever want to become one. And none of you, by the way, on this record, will ever get to follow in her footsteps. She is the only person that's a paladin of mine.
And she just has the biggest, proudest grin on her face.
None of you worship me, please. Like, I mean, I know I'm a gift to this earth, but let's save the worship for other people, huh? But yes, as part of our agreement, I give her tasks to complete to strengthen our bond in the religious aspect, so that I can continue providing for her what I do, and she can continue being the badass bitch that she is.
Aww.
That wasn't the reaction I expected from that, but okay.
What?
Never mind.
Also, can we call it spiritual, not religious? Because it's
Spiritual works,
really
but then, like, that's also weird.
there
'cause it's-
isn't a good set.
There's-
this
yeah.
What I kept telling you, I don't have the vocabulary for this.
It's difficult, at best. Comfortable.
Now do you understand why it's so weird to explain things? And she looks across the table.
little
Well,
bit.
that I was also in her head, just messing with her every time you
Yes.
told her. That was great fun. How'd you like the song, by the way? And he kind of like cracks his fingers.
Rax kind of just confused face. What do you mean?
At the bar, the piano.
You weren't there.
Yes, I was.
Luxaris has a confused face as well.
What did you do to them?
Oh, nothing.
Cass gets a light bulb. Because I think I'm the only one that saw it.
I just had a little bit of fun, that's all. The perks of not being a god. No rules.
While also sneaking in a grand romantic gesture.
I mean, I had to do something for you. But again, you still missed the message.
What do you want from me?
And he kind of just chuckles and he looks like he's gonna answer and then he opts not to.
Not in front of company.
Oh, I see. So you're not a fan of them watching? And he just, like, kind of chuckles into his hand a little bit.
Rex does one of these.
I don't think you need to make everyone in the room jealous.
You're not wrong. Anyway, and he kind of taps you on the ass a little bit as if telling you to stand up.
And she does.
And he's like, well, he stands up and dusts himself off and, like, runs his fingers through his hair, like K-pop fuckboy style. And sort of, like, makes his way back over to the balcony. He's like, well, if you'll excuse me, I'll leave you to your brunch. And if you have any questions, I'm always in her head.
Thank you for making the trip. Rex just kind of like shrugs as he says
kind of
it.
snorts. Like it's
Yeah,
one of those long, unladylike snorts.
He kind of goes, you're welcome. I've made it more times than you could possibly ever imagine. And then he goes through the curtain and sort of, like, it takes a minute, but, like, the smell of the charcoal and things fades away.
And Ritan is watching and then turns around once the smell dissipates and sits back in her chair. Well.
Rex just kind of... Well, that answers that question. And
That
any that I could ever have.
Plethora of questions for you, Rex.
Mm-hmm.
But now why do I feel like it gave you more?
Not more questions for you.
And she kind of gets like a crooked smile on her face, like she's trying not to laugh. And then, like, refocuses on you. Well, you can always ask me and he'll hear it.
Rex kind of shakes his head. Not what I meant, but got it.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about... what happened.
He takes another deep breath and he's like, well, we'll see what happens. Kind of came to that yesterday.
My connection to Leodir was completely cut off the entire time we were under Moncade, so I can empathize with how you're feeling.
He just kind of nods and he's like, understanding where you're coming from.
But he tends to know what he's talking about. He's an insufferable know-it-all. In the best way. So I would follow the advice.
Well, I was kind of thinking that way before, where it's just after trying and feeling it's still there, but not quite, her not allowing me to use her power.
I'm sure she's still angry.
Oh, I'm sure. But I think eventually we'll...
that you should stop trying to let her know that you still care too.
Well, I gotta figure out a way to do that. And that's one of the questions that I now have. He's just kind of sitting back in his chair, contemplative look on his face.
Well,
We got time on the road for me to think about it. And
I would encourage you to say anything you would regret not saying. It was my one takeaway from what happened yesterday, and she kind of turns and looks at Osiris. I would rather say what I need to and be momentarily uncomfortable, vulnerable, whatever you want to call it. But at least I don't have to worry about not having said what I wanted to. So I would start there. Anything that you would regret not telling her.
Rex, understanding what you said, just kind of nods.
And Kess, by the way, and she kind of like turns in her chair and looks at him.
He's a little bit surprised and then like, huh?
Proud of you for keeping your mouth shut.
Oh, I didn't have to keep it shut very long.
No, you didn't. But still.
So I'm thankful for that.
Oh, so what you're telling me is that you would have told us anyway? And she's like spraying food as she's talking.
Is she talking to me or Ritan?
You.
Ritan looks very interested in your answer, Kess.
I told them I would keep it a secret. So, a secret it would have stayed.
She's gonna insight you? So she kind of gets like this, she gives like a slight head tilt as if she's reading him, and then sits back in her chair and starts throwing grapes in her mouth again.
I'm going to trust you. Because it wouldn't have been me that you had to deal with if you hadn't.
I like being honest and I like keeping my word.
We both appreciate that.
We'll just nod and just sip on his tea some more.
Okay. Osiris, I know you're tired, but unfortunately the world does not stop spinning simply because we need it to.
I wish it would.
I wish it would as well. I wish that the world would just stop and give us a break when we need one, but unfortunately there are pieces moving on the board and things happening behind the scenes, whether we know about them or not. And the longer we wait, the more potential there is for things to get a lot worse. Also, light bulb. Well, she wouldn't say light bulb, but idea. Oh. Why did that just click with me? Who has the letters, please? That we... Where did I leave those? I don't know where I left those. Who has them?
I don't actually remember who ended up with them. Like, out of
I
character.
believe
I
it
don't
was
remember.
Ritan.
Rex has the books, Ritan put the letters in her pack.
Okay, she gets up from the table, runs over to her pack, pulls them out. Reads one of them. I thought there was something very odd when we were in Frostvein. And then things kind of just continued to pick up pace from there, and it ended up just getting lost in the jumble put in the back of my mind. Richie's mom was the only one that was savaged by the wolves. And this letter says that someone named Luce picked up a man from Frostbane who had a wife and a child. Am I the only one that thinks that maybe they tried to assassinate his family so he wouldn't have any reason to leave?
So, I did think that it could have been Richie's dad, but I never thought about that.
It makes a really fucked up sort of sense. If he has no wife and no child to go back home to, he has no conscience. He has nothing pulling him back toward the moral high ground. Why not just give in and do whatever they ask him to do?
Rax
He's
kind of
lost
does one of
everything
these,
anyway.
as you're saying, and he's like, or because those wolves clearly could have killed her if they wanted to. What if it was a threat more than a
message.
assassination attempt? Yeah.
If you do anything to displease us, we'll kill your family.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. Huntress didn't really seem like someone to accidentally leave someone alive. And she was
Especially
in
after-
town,
yeah.
would have known that Richie's mother was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
I really, and I didn't before, but I really don't like them now.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one.
And I would really enjoy pulling the legs off their operation one by one, very painfully.
Oof, and I thought I was spicy when I was on a bounty hunt.
I suppose you could say I have a thing for retribution.
Hey, I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Like where the sentiment is at. I think we
Was
need to
the
take
visual
off
too
the
much?
head.
Well, ideally, yes, we want to take off the head, but if we start pulling everything apart at the seams, they might panic, they might slip up, they might make mistakes that'll make it easier for us to go after the head of the organization.
I agree, but let's not get caught up on revenge or retribution.
I won't lose sight of what's at stake. I'll just enjoy the path to getting it.
That we can agree on.
Also, you know what? I'm just going to get this out of the way now, because... the hell with it. And she just summons her wings over the back of her chair. I think... this is okay.
Miryu does not look surprised.
Well, she saw them in the fight.
There's that.
Okay, well, now I want an insight check. Okay.
What specifically are you looking for?
Like, why does this seem so normal to her? Like, is it because she was expecting it, or like...
Yeah.
Okay.
There's definitely like a she was expecting it to happen sooner or later vibe. Like,
Mhm.
you didn't even flinch when it happened. And you know, someone who's only seen them once.
Yeah, would probably, yeah.
Uh-huh. But she's like shoving cheese in her face. Doesn't really care. Bread in one hand, cheese in the other.
Well, then I guess as soon as we're ready to leave, we should try again?
I would suggest avoiding the ruins, so I
Yeah.
can take you another way,
Yeah,
but it will
that
take
sounds-
longer.
Well, if it means no more scorpions, fine.
That I can't guarantee, but what I will say is the absolute bloodshed and the number of corpses we left at the ruins is probably going to be attracting a lot of attention.
Probably.
And there are way more than scorpions out there.
You know, I'm gonna, this once, not ask for clarification on that.
Yeah, you don't want it. Oh, the things I have seen. But I can lead you a different way. It will take longer. It'll probably take an extra day, maybe day and a half.
I think that's acceptable alternative to not repeating yesterday. And I can try to be a little bit more proactive as well, and perhaps I can... Oh, I haven't had to do that in a while. Aerial scouting. That's been a couple of years.
I'm gonna just tell you right now, there's lots of sand.
You don't say.
I don't think you'll need to be looking at all of the sand in the desert. You'll be fine on the ground. Don't strain yourself.
It's not really a strain. Well, strangely, I feel better.
I mean, you're the one person that got laid last night, so I'd be surprised if you didn't.
And she gives like a very uncharacteristically like sweet smile to mirror you.
Who is currently shoving a strawberry in her face.
Good for her.
It's like she talks and then just puts food in the hole.
Yep. Yep. In between words, just home.
Mm-hmm.
I do have all of my resources back. So, my healing, my spells, all of it. So, whenever we want to set out, we can.
Rex kind of looks up and he goes, I don't know what I can do. I'm gonna be honest.
I'll help you on the rest.
We'll figure it out, Rex.
Do you want to try and lift a longsword?
He looks over at his bag. He says, no, I have a sword.
You can try hefting my glaive if you want.
I have a sword.
Yeah,
kinda gives
kind
you
of like
a
puts
like
out
she
her
just
hand a
wants-
little bit.
She kind of just like gives you a look, Rex, like she really wants to see you try. I'm sorry, Miryu's reaching for it?
She's not reaching for it, but she's like kind of like half grabby handsing towards you.
It's over there. Just don't break it.
And then she looks at her own hand and closes her hand a little bit. I'll pass.
Also, I didn't get a chance to... Well, I had a chance, just... You fell asleep relatively quickly, and then I was otherwise occupied. But... Thank you for getting Osiris back here in a timely fashion. Kess told us what you did.
It's fine.
All joking about whatever's going on between the two of you, and she kind of like motions between her and Rax. All joking about whatever is going on between the two of you aside. You didn't have to do that, and you did. So, at least from my part, you've earned my respect.
And you see her contemplate something. And she kind of like chews on her thumb a little bit. I've seen too many people die because of things that I haven't done to let my pride take over in a moment like that. I could have and I should have done more.
This doesn't fall on any one person. Sure, looking back at it retrospectively, all of us could have done things differently. All of us could have done better, made changes. We could have not gone to those ruins and camped. We could have left earlier. We could have left later. Worrying about all of those would've, could've, should'ves is not going to change what happened yesterday, and it's not healthy to dwell on them.
Also, when she says that, Rax would have like kind of put his hand on her leg just to kind of an understanding.
And she takes a moment to like compose herself, and she puts her hand on yours, Rax, and she's like, "Well, you're right. We should get moving. We've got an extra day to travel, so let's let's deal with that in a relatively timely fashion."
I agree. Besides, we have to go say hi to Richie.
Yeah, who's Richie?
And Ritan just gets this big, dopey grin on her face.
I assume you're gonna introduce me.
Rax smirks and he nods his head. When we get to Frostfane.
Should I be worried? Is this like a sword drawn kind of thing?
No.
You just got introduced to a Deva, and you're worried about being introduced to Richie.
I'm an ancestral warrior. Spirits are kind of my thing. I also told you I can sometimes see into the future, and you took that really well, by the way.
I've heard voices, a voice in my head since I was born, and I've been able to do strange things, and I look weird. Really nothing surprises me.
She kind of gestures to herself, and then to Rax, and then to Osiris.
Yes, I know. We all look weird. We are a weird bunch. That's why it doesn't surprise me.
You and Kess look the least weird, other than, you know, when she makes like a flappy motion.
She points at her own eyes.
Yeah, but that's like not that weird if you think about like tieflings and, you know, various other people.
Rax raises his hand.
And also the entirety of the populace of Moncade have like, you know, it's like not that weird.
Just, I'm glad you didn't use the word exotic. And she gets like a really disgusted look on her face.
Honey, I'm a fire genasi. How much more exotic do you want?
Oh, it'll be nice for someone else to get fixated on for a change. Maybe traveling with another female won't be so bad.
Oh, you are in for a long week, my friend.
Hmm?
No, don't worry about it. Just, you know,
Why?
you might want to pitch your tent quite far away. I mean, I shouldn't have to tell you that considering you're,
She gives her a look of like, oh, honey, please.
Yeah, she's kind of like, you know, I shouldn't have to tell you that considering your, fuck buddy can pop in whenever he likes.
Excuse me.
I mean... Sorry, fiancé. I wasn't sure what came first. It's like a chicken versus
We
egg
never
thing.
refer to him as my fuck buddy again.
I mean, again, you know, it depends on what...
No, that
came
makes
first.
me mildly uncomfortable and also
And also...
funny.
Well, I mean... If it's funny, why is it such a problem?
Because he's not.
I mean, in a broad sense, he kind of is. He pops in for a little under the covers.
That is, no, that is not what happens.
I mean, it did. Twice. Recently. From what I gathered.
Ritan just takes a big drink from her coffee cup, which is act like she reaches where it was and then realizes that he drank from it, so it's in a different location. So she has to pick it up from over there.
The ghost hand.
Yeah, like, wait, oh, it's right there. Picks it up, takes a really big drink.
I'm not... Technically speaking, we started out as fuck buddies too, and she gestures between herself and Rex.
He just kind of does a... Yeah.
It didn't, no, that's not
So
how
you
it
got
happened.
engaged before you had sex?
No.
So you started out as fuck buddies? Or friends with benefits? I'm not really sure how this is
No.
working.
No. I don't... This is very awkward trying to explain that this is...
What? This is what?
She's very uncomfortable being at this table right now.
And on that note, and she like deliberately, same as she did the other day.
As she does that, Rax looks over and goes, I told you breakfast was going to be interesting.
Oh, I know. And I was living for you calling her out. I almost
did not think anyone was going to say anything. That's my bad. Oh no.
Oh no, what?
They saw my wings. Oh no.
Oh yeah, I know. They straight up asked, well, in fact, it was Pedro who was like, hey, did you know your friend has wings? But they were also, like, really drunk when we came in, so...
She looks mildly terrified.
But it was only Pedro who was there, so...
Yeah, worth it.
I should certainly hope so.
Mm.
But yeah, you know, you enjoy your time eating, drinking, you had breakfast, entertaining conversation with each other. And it's sort of getting to, like, sort of the midday point, maybe just after, probably closer to 12:30 than anything. And you decide to finally make your way, or attempt to make your way across the arid sands again. You find your way downstairs to where Hannah and Pedro are setting up the bar again.
Ritan has put her wings away at this point.
And it looks like they're intending to open the bar again at some point today, and as they see you come downstairs, they sort of dip their head in a general greeting, but don't really seem to pay much attention to you. There's no one else there at the moment. It's just the two of them. They're kind of cleaning up the bar and setting up for the night service. And you know, you head outside into the streets. Those of you who had keys, give your keys back, that kind of thing. Whatever tabs or whatever you had to pay, you guys pay. No one is as extreme as Osiris's were. You're fine.
Osiris hits a light bulb real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't we supposed to go see the elders before we leave?
Oh, fuck if I know. I slept in until 11.
I
Rex
saw
just goes,
Rupert
"We're
this
fine."
morning.
Wait, you saw Rupert this morning?
Yeah, he came down and checked on me.
Rex just says, we're fine. We can go.
Was it like a come talk to us, or was it if you need anything, come talk to us, Osiris?
More of a, if you need anything, come
I
talk
think we're
to
good
us.
then.
So you head out into the streets, and again, the same as you left before. They're filled with this bustle. You know, people are going around chatting to each other. Kids are talking, laughing. You know, the same kids that waved at you the day before are kind of confused now that they're waving at you again. But you know, they're kids. And you head to the gates that lead out to the arid sands, and there's probably this heavy feeling that hits you all as you look out over this sandy wasteland. And you take a minute, and then Miryu kind of like bursts into stride and heads out of the gate and into the awful terrible heat that is the desert on the outskirts of Moncade. And you all travel through, trudging through, a little bit more cautious than you were the day before. And you take the time to, Muriel leads you around a different way away from the ruins. It does take a little bit longer, but she's showing you where the shade is, she's helping you set up camp, that kind of thing. She's telling you where best to stop for if you want to stop during the day or the night, it's up to yourselves. Just tell me, are you resting during the day and traveling through the night?
So just
I would say
quick before, when we were like all standing there like staring out, Kess would look over to Osiris and like, hey buddy, if you get tired, let me know. I can take some weight off you for a little bit if you need a break or something, so we can keep traveling.
Okay, I remember that. I'll let you know if I start getting more tired.
So are you resting during the day and traveling through the night?
I would suggest yes, just because I think it would be more comfortable for the most part.
Yeah,
That would be my recommendation.
I'd like
as
not
well.
to boil in my armor.
Okay,
But
so
I would do whatever Miri would suggest would be best.
it's neither here nor there. She can find you pockets of shade during the day if you'd prefer, or she can, show you best place to set up for camping and then lead you through the night. So if you opt for the night, just fine by her. And she does lead you forward, and you're all definitely more cautious and careful of your surrounding as you're going. You
I'm
sleep
also
through the
going to
day,
give Osiris my shield for this journey.
move through the night, and after what feels like forever walking through sand again, days, nights, longer than before. with
X
this
continues to
awful-
change every day, just in case.
You travel for about 8 days before you see two strange-looking peaks off in the distance. One that gives us a soft orange glow into the night sky, and another that seems to be stained blue with the whites of winter. The Hillfire Peaks are finally in your view, and you manage to get across the desert without a hitch.
I have never been so happy to see mountains in my life.
And if you kept pushing forward for the rest of today and through the night, you could get there by daybreak. You'd be on the outskirts of Frostbane by daybreak.
I'm assuming that also, if we're taking long rests while we're traveling, our exhaustion is also taken care of.
It would have been taken care of, but if you're going to be pushing on through to Frostbane and then going the whole day in Frostbane, you will end up with a point of exhaustion by the end of the day. So it's up to yourself.
Why not camp and then what time would it be when we see the mountains?
So it's probably going to take you another 7 hours to get to Frostbane, and sun would come up quite late here, so probably about 10 in the morning you'd get there. So 7 hours back from that.
Alright, so it's about 3 a.m. So, are we out of the desert at that point?
You're still in the sand at the moment. You're sort of on that. You're kind of just before where the sand bridges into the flatland that leads to the gates of Frostbane. So remember how you came out of Frostbane? There was a path that led to the sands and then split off. So you're just off from that path.
I don't really want any more exhaustion.
I don't need it. Oh, that's why I was thinking.
Ritan is tired of being tired.
But
hey,
yes,
that means that all of Osiris's stuff, because it took 8 days, so
Yep,
he's hale and healthy.
he is indeed. But at this point, you're all healthy. If you push on, you might, depending on how long you spend awake in Frostbane, end up with another point of exhaustion again.
I feel like arriving at daybreak isn't really gonna
I don't think that's a huge deal.
No, I would honestly rather just
Yeah,
rest.
I think we
Same.
should take the rest and be okay.
Yeah, get there around
Yeah.
get up around daybreak and then make the rest of the
Nice.
day.
Yeah, exactly.
So you'll get there sort of early evening.
Okay.
Okay, so you settle down for the night. You can see the peaks from where you are. You're under like this rock formation that's giving you a little bit of it will give you shelter when the sun starts to rise, but it won't block out the light, so but you rest for the evening or the morning because it's 3 a.m. and you find yourselves, sleeping somewhat peacefully. You're feeling better, rested, rejuvenated from your travels, funnily enough. You get up, you make the last leg of the journey, and you arrive sort of early evening in Frostbane. During your entire travel, there were no traces of papers or Frisia in any form.
While they were while they were traveling, Rax probably would have tried to do a couple of spells that he couldn't do before, just to see, or other ones, test out his cantrips and stuff.
Yeah.
Just to see what he could do. In terms of those things, he's not going to try the higher level stuff.
Okay, so you and Miryu spar. You try your magic. You figure out that trying to channel eldritch energy isn't really working, but after you sort of focus on it for a while, you end up being able to shoot fire from your hands, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Just one shot at a time, though.
Mm-hmm.
You hold on, because now we need to look at your spell list.
Mm-hmm.
You work with Miryu, and you're aware that you could manipulate the fire that she could create.
Mm-hmm.
During the times where I'm assuming Kess is still providing water for everyone,
Yes.
during that time, Rex, you discover that you have some form of manipulation over that water.
Neat.
And you discovered the other one at breakfast with Miryu. But yes, the other ones don't really seem to be coming to you. The ones you were able to do with Frisia.
I can still do the Ray of Frost, though, right?
Yeah. But everything up from there, no.
Mm-hmm.
and Ritan doesn't push you on it at all. If she sees anything that's going on, she's just very polite about it, and the most you would get from her is just kind of the polite eyebrow raise of if you want to talk, but if you don't take her up on it, she just kind of carries on with what she's doing.
He's probably not going to, because at this point he's just figuring out how he can be useful.
Of course, it's just she would make the gesture.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, Miryu's being his target practice willingly, so...
Hey, whatever they're into.
Yeah, not quite like that, but she basically offers every day. She's like, okay, try again and hit me. Aim for, if you're aiming for something, there's nothing else out here, so hello.
Ritan would offer herself, but it's
Miryu's a little bit more hardy, and she would if Ritan tried, she'd be like, no, I've got this.
Osiris would offer up nut gross.
Here, beat up my robot dog.
I mean, Kess could just spawn some things for you to hit, too.
I was more laughing because Ritan has an 18 AC, so it might not be as helpful.
I mean, Miryu is hardy, and she doesn't wear armor. Or carry a shield. But, she still literally is like, I have this. If anytime any of you offer,
Nope.
she basically puts up the hand and says no. Very
Not
politely,
interested.
but no.
Not interested.
But yes, you make your way into Frostbane. And, the snowy streets of Frostbane are a huge difference to the sticky, sweaty, sandy 8 days
I never thought I'd be so happy to see snow.
and you're making your way through the gate in the city wall. You know, you go past the big lake on the outside. You see it's definitely more frozen than it was when you left. And you get in, and there's the usual hustle bustle of life here. The streets are filled with an upbeat air as you sort of crest in the evening. People are heading home from work. Children are heading back home from being outside with their friends and that kind of thing. And life just seems to be continuing here in Frostbane. There's no sign of any fake temple members, and there's certainly no giant white wolves. And as you're walking through the streets, you can see that some of the houses have started putting up decorations for the upcoming Ice Dance Festival. Which really puts into perspective how long you've been traveling, because it's been almost a month since you were here. The late autumn has sort of turned into early winter, and the air is definitely colder, and the snow is still falling over the city. Where are you going?
Fuck.
That
Going,
doesn't
not
answer
doing.
my question.
No, something just clicked with me. Oh my god, this is so bad.
Care to share with the class?
Yeah, Ritan just kind of like looking around the town, like realizing how long we've actually been waiting. She just kind of mutters something under her breath in Celestial that sounds like it's probably a curse. Wonder how far away the festival is, considering Frostbox Champion is going to be here for it.
Ritan, roll me a wisdom, please.
Okay. Eh!
Oh boy.
Definitely thought I was gonna get more shit over breakfast.
Rax wasn't gonna give you shit. I mean, he was just more like, proud of you, buddy. And then he got less proud when you tell him what actually happened.
I mean, nobody's really asked for the whole story yet, so I don't know that you'll get the whole story, but
One day it might pop.
She seems to like take a second and goes, never mind, I'm an idiot. Never mind.
Okay.
It occurred to me that they might not know they were supposed to come here when I'm holding the letter they were supposed to get to tell them to come here. And she folds it up and puts it back in her pack. Yeah, you're not the only one laughing. Pretty sure Leodir just facepalmed himself unconscious.
that wouldn't surprise me.
I'm just imagining the sound of just like a mental like smack.
Yeah, pretty much. There you go.
Yup. Hey, like, I have a lot of other good qualities. I'm just not the sharpest sword in the armory.
Rex says, so do we want to head to the bar, talk to Kekio there, or go get rooms, or do we want to go say hi to Richie first?
Ritan's eyes kind of start twinkling a little bit when you mention Richie.
You could have told me it was going to be snowing.
I mean, Frostbane?
Yeah, but This is colder than I remember.
Frostbane in winter?
Yeah, but like last time it wasn't. Never mind. It's been many years since I passed through here, and climates change.
Let's go say hi to Richie first.
Rax kind of just gives a sweeping gesture, like, let's go.
Hey,
He doesn't say, that's just the gesture.
on the way, Ritan's gonna lead over. Hey, Rax.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't know if this would work. How tall is Rax again?
6'6".
6'6".
I mean, so it could. But so she just say, I'm not sure it's gonna work because I'm not sure that he's gonna take his eyes off of me long enough for it to work. But if you wanted, I could stand behind you and pull my wings out.
Rax shakes his head and he goes, no.
Oh, so if
Get
he
my
sees
own.
wings on you, you want him to see your wings. Okay.
Rax crosses his arms and continues walking.
Oh, don't get salty about it.
Do you have wing envy?
Shut up.
What did he say?
That is adorable.
Did he say shut up?
Yes.
Do I hear this?
You're the one
Probably.
talking
I'm
to
just
him.
asking if they were like talking quietly.
Mm-mm. He's not quiet about it.
Wait. Do you seriously have
You are adorable.
He's gone. He's not slowing down. He's walking to Richie's house.
She kind of crosses her arms and looks between everybody else. I mean, I would be too. They're pretty fucking amazing. And just keeps walking.
Would Rax be able to hear it?
Hmm?
No.
Yeah, no, if he's like storming off into the snow in the middle of the streets in the middle of the evening, nah.
I mean, he'd be listening for them to follow, so would that be active perception?
Sure. I'll give you it. For fun's sake.
Oh, shit.
Okay, you do hear it.
He gives you one of these.
Double bird over the shoulders? Or is it just the one bird?
Just the one.
She throws her head back and just lets out the biggest laugh. Like she's cackling.
Mayday was right with you. But yes, you do manage to make your way towards where you know Richie's house is. And passing through what used to be the slums, you see that your time away, a massive amount of progress has been made. Where were once ruined buildings and shells of former houses now stand sturdy-looking single and two-story houses. The snow-covered trails are now starting to be cobbled and create actual streets and roads. And even pathways just to run alongside it. And there's even, just generally looking about the mix of people, the quality of the clothing that they're wearing is significantly better. It's nowhere near as, posh or as expensive looking as the main populace of Frostbane. But it's definitely, much warmer than the rags that they used to wear. And you get to Richie's house, and you see now that the work on his house is actually being completed. The walls look like they've been reinforced and the roof is immaculate. They've even fixed the broken windows and given them a sturdier looking front door.
Yay!
And as you're sort of looking at this, you can see the flicker of flames in the house, and it's safe to assume that the fireplace is lit and so are the candles, and, that's accompanied by seeing smoke coming out of the chimney. The door is currently closed, but even from inside, you can hear Richie singing away to himself happily.
Oh.
You're not really sure what he's singing about. It's just more of him being a child and improvising random words.
Making it up.
To a melody that he's making up on the spot.
Oh.
So, you arrive, are you knocking on his door?
Ritan kind of looks at everybody else to see if one of them wants to. She's kind of like,
Rex
You
gives
want
you
me
one
to-
of these, like, after you.
all right. And she walks up to the door, her mask still on. Knock, knock, knock. As lightly as Ritan can knock, which is not very light.
Miriam kind of like straightens herself up as if she's away into like a really important meeting. Like, you know, she makes sure her hair is okay, she straightens out her shirt, you know, she makes sure her sword is attached properly.
Ritan kind of
right.
turns around and makes like a scrubbing gesture under one of her eyes.
And she like mirrors it.
Like on the mask, she's like, right there.
Rex just kind of puts his hand on her back and, like,
And,
just calm down.
You hear from the other side of the door a very childish coming! And then excited little footsteps run up to the door.
And Ritan's just standing there with her arms crossed, feet apart, waiting for the door to open.
Yeah, and it is flung open and full on childish, yeah, you know? And you see dressed in brand new clothes that look much more well kept. And he in general looks much cleaner and definitely more looked after than the last time you saw him. Your little friend Richie, who then sees all of you and the smile on his face only gets wider. Before, Ritan, you feel boof against your legs,
Oh,
and
this
then
poor
just
kid.
the tight wrap of his arms around your legs, and he's basically like giggling and wiggling and just keeping a hold of you, and he's like, "You're back, you're back, you're back, you're back, you're back, you're back, you're back! Oh, I'm so happy to see you! Oh! Oh no, my armor!" And then he turns around and runs inside.
She's like in the middle of like scruffing his head. He just bolts, and she's like, "That's Richie."
He is amazing. And wait, armor?
Just wait.
He left the door open.
All right, Ritan's gonna go inside.
Okay, so make your way in.
Thud, thud.
Maybe
Following it.
waits for the invitation.
Rex grabs her hand and says, like, head nods and says, "Come on."
And she takes your hand and sort of plods in. And you notice that Richie has disappeared off into one of the different back rooms in the back of the house. But what you do see is that most of the furniture that was here before has been replaced. You see that it's warm, the walls have been painted, and there's a small sofa not far away from the fireplace. And you see the back of his mother's head as your eyes drift over there.
Ritan kind of stutters, steps a little bit upon seeing her, and then keeps going.
And as you sort of continue to thud your way into the room, Ritan, she kind of leans up and looks over her shoulder, and, you know, her face lights up and she sees that it's all of you. She gets up and she dusts herself off and she heads over past you to the kitchenette area and picks up a really old-looking silver teapot and begins to fill it with water. You notice that she's definitely healthier and has more color in her face than when you left, and she's moving around much easier. And she's like, "Please, come in, I'll put on some tea, close the door, or you'll let all the heat out." Very, very motherly. And not long after that, you hear, "Ta-da!" And Richie has appeared in one of the doorways, which you assume is now a doorway to his room. And he's wearing his good old cardboard armor, which is now being painted black, and a very childlike white feather has been drawn on the chest piece. And a papier-mâché mask that has been painted white clearly had a little bit more time and effort put into it, because the eye holes are in the right place. And by a piece of rope. By a piece of rope that's tied around him, there's a huge stick being held to his back. Ritan, roll me a perception check.
Okay. I'm not good at this. I want to be good at this. I want to succeed.
You
A
succeeded.
19.
You don't see your feather anywhere.
Interesting.
And he's just like in the doorway.
Wow.
Right?
That is some fine armor you fashioned yourself.
Mhm.
Kind of like taps him on the forehead of the mask.
And he kind of like does that thing where he kind of like, you know, takes the head jolt backwards and then goes to rub his forehead and realizes the mask's in his way. He kind of goes, and he's like, "Oh," and then takes it off and rubs his forehead with his other hand.
Ritan takes her mask off as well.
Hey, did you get my letter? And he's like bouncing. Did you?
Kind of looks at everybody else.
Rex shrugs.
Kess gives a small shake of his head.
I'm not sure.
Oh. Kakio said she'd give it to you.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how you told me that if I missed you, I could write you
Mhm.
a letter, and then I could give it to Kakio, and she'd find a way to get it to you?
Mm-hmm.
She said she would.
Well, I mean, we're here now.
Yeah, but she has the letter, not me.
Well, we just got here and you were our first stop.
Oh. Hey, Osiris! Why are you a weird color?
Oh boy.
Because it was very warm where we came from.
You went somewhere new! Did you remember to bring me something from your adventures? You promised! And he's looking up at you expectantly, Ritan.
Don't give me a fucking second, okay? I wasn't ready for this. Oh
I knew
my
I grabbed
God,
that
this
rusty spoon for a reason.
Good, because the only thing I've got is probably a really expensive necklace or a hand crossbow that his mother's gonna kill me for giving him.
I've got a dagger.
I've got a stick. And a sword.
I've got one of those too.
Oh my God.
And he's just like bouncing.
Oh my God.
I'll remind you there's stuff in party lit.
And not give me a freaking second! No, there's not. There's just money in party loot.
Okay.
I don't see anything else in the party loot. I know we had like an old boot.
Just give him an old boot, it's fine.
Just give him an old boot.
I'm pretty sure. Hold on. But I mean, you know, whatever you want to give him.
Oh my God. I totally forgot.
You pinky promised Richie and then you forgot!
Where? I wasn't anticipating somebody dying!
He brought a new friend.
Oh my God, you're a genius. You are a fucking genius.
We didn't bring him something.
Hey, you can share for 2 seconds.
That's not what I meant.
Oh! You're right. You are absolutely right. So Ritan's gonna reach into her pouch, and she pulls out and kind of shows it to you guys first, the set of bone dice.
Oh.
So, where I come from, we don't really... We play cards where I come from, but
So you owe me cards!
I thought maybe we could learn a game together. Or maybe you could teach me someday. And she holds out his hand and puts the dice into his hand.
And he kind of looks at it and he's like, what do I do with these?
You
And
can
just-
play all kinds of games with them.
But they're just rocks.
They're dice.
Huh.
And she's gonna like point out how they have like all the different dots on each side.
You get the grasp that he's maybe not had the best education.
Mm-hmm.
You're like pointing at them, he's like, I don't know what that means.
So each of the sides, each of these dots is a number. 1 through 6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, somebody else help Ritan explain this, because she's got a 9 fucking intelligence and has no idea what
Nope.
she's doing.
Keep going. You can't ask people out of character to help you. You're not better than this.
I know. So, typically, what these are used for is games of chance or
Mhm.
determining luck, things like that.
Mhm.
So, one of the games that you could play with them is each person rolls one, and whoever gets the highest amount of dots wins.
What do you win?
Whatever you and the person you're playing against choose to wager.
Wager.
Bet.
Bet?
Rex does kind of this.
So, like, I would put up, like, my favorite thing, and you would put up your favorite thing, and then we'd see who wins it.
Ritan gets a really, really amused smile on her face. That's one way. It also occurs to me that I'm teaching a child how to gamble.
Rex kind of does want to, like, there it is, like.
What's
And she turns around and looks at Rax and she's like, brightest star, heavens, not it.
And as you turn around, Richie kind of, like, peeks over and goes, who's the new lady? She's super pretty.
Ritan gives a very not subtle, like,
He whispered that to you, Ritan.
well, why don't you go ask her?
Okay. Is she friendly?
Yes.
And he sort of, like, peeks past you again.
If you
And
can
then-
introduce yourself to me, you can go say hi and make a new friend.
That was different. I needed help.
Well,
Okay! And then he, like, scutters around you and goes up to Miru, and he just kind of looks up at her. And he looks at Rax and then looks up at her again. Like, he's kind of shifting between, because Miru still has her hand in yours, Rax.
Mm-hmm.
And he just, like, side glancing at you as if to say help.
And ask her name, buddy.
Hi, I'm Richie. What's your name? And she looks at you, Rax, and she's like, oh. And she puts her hand on his head and scruffs his hair, and is like, I'm Miru. Nice to meet you. And he's like, nice to meet you too. You're really pretty. And she's like, well, thank you. So, are you like his girlfriend or something?
Ritan chuckles.
She looks at you, Rex.
Rex looks down. He's like, something like that, yeah.
What do you mean?
I said yeah.
Ritan is just...
Well, you said something like that. And I mean, like, what's different? Like, is she or is she not your girlfriend?
He goes, well, usually you have to ask for the other person's permission to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and I haven't.
He
really.
takes, like, a side step over to you as you're talking,
Oh, no.
tugs on your clothes.
Crouches down.
Ask her.
Ritan is standing behind him with one hand over her mouth, shoulders just shaking.
Yeah, no, like, Miru's trying her best to keep a straight face, but she's faltering pretty quickly.
Rex goes, I will later. It's
No,
bad
do
time.
it now.
Come on, Rex. And she comes up and puts her hands on Richie's shoulders. You don't want to disappoint the kid, do you?
Rex looks at
And
you
she's
and he's
giving
just.
you the biggest shit-eating grin.
Rex looks at you just with the I hate you eyes.
She just kind of waggles her left hand at you and just shrugs.
Takes a deep
And
breath,
mouths,
stands up.
and mouths a word at you. I'm gonna assume that he can figure out she's mouthing payback.
That's funny because I was just about to pop into his head and say payback's a bitch.
So you get it at the same time. Return mouths to you. Kess says payback to bitch. It's just onslaught of, like, fuck you, basically.
Rex kind of does like his jaw goes a little bit cockeyed, and he's like, "Yeah." He stands up. And he's like, "Well, since I'm being pressured,
Oh,
Yeah.
and I was
Yeah.
going
It's
to
a
later."
burden, Rex.
Rax looks down at Ritan and he's like, 1 second for you. And he looks over at Miriu and he's like, would you like to be my girlfriend officially?
And you see, like, there's a moment where she's trying to keep a straight face, and then she just bursts out laughing, and then wraps her arms around you, and she's like, of course. It would be my pleasure. And Rich is just like...
Rax crouches down again and he's like, hey buddy, you see that gold thing on Ritan's finger? Why don't you ask her what it is?
And he Vernon is like, immediately, like, face to hand, and he's like, woo!
Ritan, you get a message in your head. Yeah, payback.
It's very pretty.
Oh, that's a new thing.
It's very, very pretty.
Thank
Who gave you it? Did you wager for it?
Rax outright chuckles. He's not quiet.
Oh yeah, no,
about it.
Ratan's actually like trying not to lose it. Not really.
No, really?
It was a gift
Okay, from who?
from someone very, very special to me.
Oh! And then he walks over to his mom and takes her left hand and raises it up, and you can see she's got a wedding band on her finger.
Like this one?
And she's
Like that
"Richie."
one.
So you're gonna have a wedding? Can I come? Please, I'll be on my best behavior. I'll even wear my armor. I'll make sure it's super shiny.
There's no way Rathan can tell this kid no. I think we can definitely come to an arrangement on that.
Yay! That means I get more new clothes! Oh, that's really... Actually, wait a second. So there was this really, really pretty lady with white hair and blue eyes that came to visit, and she gave my mom all this money and said she was sorry. So that's how I got new clothes and we got all this nice stuff. I asked her why she was sorry, but she didn't really tell me. In fact, she didn't really speak much at all, and, you know, she did kind of look kind of sad. Ritan, did you make the pretty lady cry?
Why
Because
did you assume that I did it?
well, I mean, she said that she saw, like, you and everyone else. And if you did make her cry, then that's not very nice and we can't be friends
I
anymore.
didn't make her cry.
Okay.
She had a lot of weight on her shoulders and she had some very difficult...
Was she giving someone a piggyback?
No.
What do you mean she had weight on her shoulders?
She was carrying a lot of stress.
Okay!
And she had a lot of really tough decisions to make.
Was it like what to have for dinner? Because I always struggle with that one.
Rex makes that noise exactly.
Dodge long.
I think it was much more dire than that.
Dire?
Like a lot harder.
Oh, like what socks to put on in the morning.
I
I am
am gonna
so
stop
now.
trying. She's just gonna nod and she's gonna stop trying to quantify it for this kid.
I have blue ones and I have white ones and I have these really thick green ones for when the festival comes because you stand in the snow all day and your feet get cold and it's not fun when they're numb and then trying to get them warm again. Oh, it's so difficult and then you're just cold all the time and oh, sorry. So you definitely didn't make her cry.
No, I just told her that it wasn't going to get easier unless she admitted and confronted the things that were stressing her out. And if she felt that one of the ways to do that was to gift some money to you and your mom, then I think that's progress. And
She works for the bar now.
really?
She was there when I gave Keki the letter.
That's very interesting.
I mean, I guess so, because she's the only tall one that isn't Kekio.
Well, we'll make sure to stop by and say hello again, now that we're in town.
Make sure you get my letter.
I will get your letter.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of pointless now, because you're here, but...
I don't think it's pointless.
Well, I mean, it seems silly now.
But you put effort into it, so it's not silly.
Mm-hmm. Mom even helped me write it.
That's good.
And he was like, he kind of takes a minute and he pads over to Rex again and he tugs on your shirt again.
He crouches down.
And he whispers in your ear.
Hey, so, if you ever don't like her, from when I had a girlfriend, she said my hair looked funny, so I told her she was smelly and I didn't want to talk to her anymore, and she hasn't spoken to me since, so that's a good way to get rid of her if she does something bad.
Fighting back the urge to blurt out laughing, Rex goes, I got it, thanks, bud.
But she looks really strong, and she's very pretty, so well done.
He scruffs his hair, he says, thanks, buddy.
And then he takes like a side step to Miriam again and like pokes her thigh. And she kind of just looks down at him and he's like,
You know, you might be stronger than Ritan. Have you guys tried fighting to see who's the strongest? Because I mean, like,
kind of makes like a really irritated grumbling sound.
Kess gets a relieved look on his face.
So, like, if you guys, like, juked it out.
and he's kind of looking between the two of like Ritan and Miriam.
Ritan stands all the way up to like her full height in soldier posture, turns around, crosses her arms, and says, "No, I can't say we have."
Did it suddenly get really, like, staticky in here, or is it just me?
And Miriam's kind of giving you like an up and down look. And she's like, well, no, we haven't fought. She's definitely really strong, though. So you're right, but you may also be right that I'm stronger.
Ritan looks incensed.
Miriam just smiles. And Richie looks up at her and is like,
Ooh, that's cool. Rex got a cool girlfriend! Wait, can you do anything cool?
and she's like, well, I mean, sometimes, but I'm not cool like he is. He's got, like, magic and stuff. I'm just really, really good with a sword, and an axe, and a spear, and a glaive, and a halberd, and a... And she just keeps listing weapons until someone stops her. And he's listening the whole time, and just nodding along, and getting more and more excited the entire time.
I think he's got it. Through his laughter, he says that.
Well, yes, you see what I mean. And she's like,
You sound amazing.
how come you don't wear armor? He's like, well, I don't need armor. I'm strong enough as it is. And she flexes her muscles. And he's like,
Wow.
and he turns around to Ritan and he's like, so why do you wear armor?
Because I take hits for other people.
And he kind of looks at you and looks at her.
Do you take hits for other people?
And she's like, well, I haven't for a very long time, but yes. He's like, then he turns back to Ritan and he's like,
Okay, but why do you need armor?
Patient, close of the eyes. Because the way I fight is different than the way Miriam fights.
Okay. Wow, I mean, that makes sense. So are you like magic now then, or something? Because like Rax is. Wait, Rax is magic?
Hold on! And he kind of does that step over again. He's like, do a magic trick! Do a magic trick! Prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it!
Takes a sighs and he says, "Look at that." And he points at the fire that they have going.
Mm-hmm.
And he sticks out his hand, and then the fire starts popping in blue flames.
That's so cool! You don't even need wings anymore!
And Miryu just chuckles next to you.
You guys did a lot while you were away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When he says wings, Ritan just kind of looks back up at Rax and gives him a very obvious wink.
He's not looking at you.
He's so done with Ritan shenanigans. He's so done with Ritan.
He's so done with the wing talk.
Now you don't need wings to be cool.
Well, you're cool in general, and you have a cool girlfriend. Like, cool. I need to tell
Wings
all
would
my
be
friends
even
that-
cooler. He doesn't say that. That's mental. You just all probably would have gotten
Get the
that. But anyway.
expression from his face.
Yeah.
So, how long are you in town for?
Don't know.
Okay.
We're trying to stop some really bad people from doing some really bad things.
Now that sounds, good? Fun?
Important.
Sometimes it's both.
And he kind of like takes a moment to like process something.
So, kind of like what Dad did?
I mean, I don't know your dad. I never met your dad, but from what you tell me, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, he was really powerful. And he used a sword too, but he also had armor, so he's kind of like a mix of both of you, but not a lady.
I mean, I could use a sword. I just prefer this.
Okay! Well, I mean, yeah, he was really strong, and he was always saying that he could go and stop bad people. And he said this time he was gonna go into the woods. Mm-hmm. And then he still hasn't come home yet. And it's been a very, very long time. Longer than you were away. You came home first.
Well, I'm sure you will see him again one day.
You think so? That'd be cool. I miss him.
Rex says, and if we see him, we'll say, "Hey,
Mhm.
Richie's waiting for you." Let him know.
Mhm.
Okay. His name's Daniel, by the way.
Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good name.
But, I don't really use his name.
No,
Very
you should call
often.
him Dad.
But, you know, if you're introducing yourself, he taught me to introduce myself first. And, well, you don't know his name yet, and it would be weird if you called him Dad. So...
You know what? That's a very good point. You're very smart.
I know! I learned from the best!
And he looks at his mom, and his mom sort of just chuckles and is currently still working on making you all tea.
Ritan's gonna kind of like scruff Richie's head and walk over to Mom,
Mm-hmm.
and she's gonna very quietly say, "I am really sorry about last time I was here.
Oh, it's fine.
I didn't think that through.
It was a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry."
No, just, don't tell someone not to panic and then...
Yeah, I realized that after the fact.
Uh-huh.
But I understand if that makes you uncomfortable.
No, it's fine. If anything, it's just... it was easier to explain where the feather came from when Richie asked questions.
What did you tell him?
That you're a guardian angel.
She doesn't know what to say to that. She just kind of swallows and... Oh.
You should ask him where it is.
Do I want to know?
I think you'd find it cute. And by the fact that you've all taken to my son so well, you'd appreciate it. And she pours out cups for everyone and she hands you yours.
Hey, Richie.
Yeah!
Remember that feather I gave you?
Mhm.
You wouldn't happen to know where it is.
Well, Mom says it's a good luck charm, so I keep it under my pillow. Just so I know it's safe, and then it's always close to me when I'm sleeping. So nothing bad can happen.
Ritan's gonna put her fist over her mouth and just...
Because, I mean, I shouldn't really put it on my armor because it might get damaged, especially when it gets colder and wet in the snow. So I keep it under my pillow.
That is a really good idea.
I thought so too. Are you okay? You look like you're a little sick.
Mm-mm.
Okay, because I mean, Mom doesn't make that great a cup of tea, so I was just wondering if you taste it. She's like, Richie! And he's like, what? I don't like
Ritan deliberately picks up her tea and takes a big sip of it.
It's very, very mundane, basic tea. Like, you know, you got, like, the good shit up in Moncade. This is, like, you know,
I feel like...
wet
I
leaf.
feel like Ritan has, like, the, like, worst palate ever because she was a soldier.
Yeah, so I mean, like, this is pretty standard to, like, field tea.
Yeah. Doesn't even phase her.
But, you know, Richie's kind of just patting around all of you, speaking to you as he does. If you wanted to ask his mom any more questions, she's open to them. But if not, she engages in idle chatter.
Well, I kind of got the question answered that I wanted answered by the kid, so...
Oh, you have...
Oh,
more
that's
questions?
Wither. That's Wither out of character.
Okay.
Yeah, that was basically. Pretty sure we're thinking the same thing, and that, yeah.
Yup. I think we
Okay.
were all on the same page there.
Mm-hmm.
Dad's name?
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Just want his name. Don't want anything else about him. Okay, so you entertain idle conversation. You drink tea. Richie's more than happy
Well,
to spend
you know
time
what?
with you.
Now I feel like we should ask more.
And you decide not to ask any more questions. So
Okay.
no, if you'd like to ask questions, you can. I just want to leave the door open there because I
Yeah,
know there are some
um,
people who are new.
She's
and-
not gonna ask Mom because she doesn't want to make it awkward, but she's gonna ask Richie. She's gonna be like, "Tell me more about your dad. You know, what does he look like? You know, does he? You know, I've got my mask and I have this," and she kind of like jangles her holy symbol. Does he have anything like that?
Well, he's super strong, and he has a big sword, and he's got pointy-ish ears, which is strange because I don't have pointy ears and I want pointy ears. But you know, Mom said that he's just special. And he doesn't have the same hair color as me. He had like yellowy hair.
She kind of looks at Mom to help him.
blonde. Richie, blonde. He's like, And to clarify, he's half elf.
I assumed.
He's not actually Richie's
Oh,
father. I married him while I was pregnant with Richie, and he accepted him as his own, but to Richie, he's dad.
oh.
And, he's been good to us. You know, he actually wanted to be part of one of the king's armies.
Really?
To provide coin for the family. So that's what he was in training for, and
Do you happen to know which one?
I don't think he was going to be fussy. Whatever one took him. Just, again, purely because he wanted to provide for myself and Richie. And then I received a letter that he was no longer of this world, so...
When did you get that?
And you can see her trying to remember it. Maybe a week or so before you arrived? Give or take. He'd gone to the woods not far of Kakabian to deal with bandit attacks there. And they said that they would spare me the gore and give him a proper burial out in the woods.
Who's they?
The people he went with. It was a group of people that had been pulled together to go and deal with whatever problem they were having. And obviously he
This is a strange question, but would you happen to know their names?
She shakes her head.
Did he meet them in Kakabian?
I'm not sure. He tends to leave work outside the door.
Fair enough.
What did these other people look like, if you got to look at them?
And she shakes her head. I've never seen them. Never spoken to them. And she's like, Dad had lots of friends. He used to go and see them. That's how I know Kekio, because when he took me one time and he was going to meet up with friends and we had dinner at the bar, he had lots of really strong looking friends, and they all had one of them had a spear. That's the long thing with the pointy thing on the end, right? That's a spear. And he looks up at Miryu and she nods. And one of them had a sword, and Dad had a sword, and another one of them had this long wooden stick thing. Yeah. And then one of them didn't even have a weapon at all, and that was weird. But apparently he was the most useful one there, so... But he had lots of friends like that. And sometimes they came to the house asking for him.
Well, it sounds like your dad was dependable.
That means people can come and talk to him, right?
And can count on him.
That one! He was very, very nice. And he was always honest. And he told me I should never tell a lie.
It's good advice.
And he kind of sheepishly looks up at his mom. It sure was.
Alright. My head's going a mile a minute, and Ritan's mind is going half that speed, because that's really fast for her, okay?
But yes, you sort of continue to engage in conversation with them. You spend a bit there, drink tea. Richie's fascinated with all of you, specifically Miryu. And she entertains him. Now that she knows who Richie is, she entertains him just as much as you all do. And you sort of make her... It sort of crests over from evening into sort of early nighttime. The sun's set, the snow is falling. You all feel that familiar rumble of hunger in your stomach. You spend like a good maybe couple of hours just talking to them.
Alright, I don't know about you guys. I am starving.
Mm-hmm.
And we should probably figure out where we're gonna stay for the night.
Yep. And we should probably check in with Kekio and figure out...
And we have to get a letter.
Yep. Get a letter. Figure out how everything's going with how we left it.
Can you still turn into a puppy?
Yes, I
And
can.
coughs.
Okay, just checking.
I can
So
turn
I'm
into
turning
other
into a
things
horse.
too.
Oh, wait, other things on the horse! Ooh.
Uh-huh.
What can you be now?
Rex's face kind of goes like a...
There's a lot of things.
Hey, where's the owl?
She
Can
needed
you
to
be an
take a
owl?
break.
I can't be an owl. Not yet. Need a little more training for that.
Okay.
Ritan kind of gives Rax a sympathetic look when he mentions the owl.
I'm sorry that they had to take a break. Were they tired of flying?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope they feel better soon.
Us too.
Okay, so if not an owl, what can you be?
What other animals do you like?
I like squirrels.
I mean, I guess I technically probably could turn into a squirrel.
I mean, maybe?
I mean, it's
don't
not
know
on
off the top of my head.
It's not on the
I feel like
list.
that's because it's a
but-
critter.
Yeah.
Like rats and stuff. No squirrels. I don't see a squirrel.
Probably just use the same stat sheet as a rat for a squirrel.
Not that
I
I've
don't
ever
know if
actually
you would
turned into
ever
one
live
in
down turning
combat.
into a squirrel.
Squirrels could be good for scouting.
They could be.
I like squirrels. Can you be a squirrel?
I think I can be a squirrel.
He sounds so defeated.
You can try.
All these cool animals, but can you be a squirrel?
You can turn into a
Child.
dire wolf. Squirrel?
Well, you pick. Just don't be so
Oh, we
scary.
know how that went last time.
Well, to be fair, he said it was a puppy, and then it was like, "Grr."
All dogs are puppies. I'll
That
pick something-
definitely wasn't a puppy.
I'll pick something smaller this time. Hold on.
You sure you don't want to fill up the entire house being...
Oh my god.
I mean, I could just be a smaller bear.
Oh, I don't say that out loud.
Okay.
That's some to Keeper,
Y'all
not
thought
Rax to
Rixie's mom
Kess.
fainted when she saw Ratan's wings. When there's a bear in her house, it's gonna be a whole different story.
Oh boy.
He's looking through his list right now.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
I am. So right now I'm between a deer, a pony.
Either way, you should probably do it outside.
I agree.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna do it in the house. Alright, I'll go outside and wild shape into a pony.
Okay, so he follows you outside into the dark, and watches as you turn into a pony, and gets this very excited look on his face, runs back inside, runs up to Ritan and goes, "Can you lift me up?"
No problem. And she just scoops him up, starts walking out, and the entire time she's walking toward you, Kess, it's just that eye contact of, This is happening. Here it comes.
In your head, you just hear Kess. I know.
And she puts Richie right on the horse's back.
And you see him, like, he sits on
And
there,
she's bracing him so he doesn't, like, tumble off.
and he's not really sure what to do for a moment, and then he reaches down and pats you, Kess. And then he, like, digs his heels into your side. He's like, go, 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 go!
Oh my god. No.
And then he
I'll,
grips
like-
on for dear life.
I'll walk him around.
I will walk alongside so he doesn't fall off. It's like the kid at the fair riding the ponies, and Ritan's just holding his back so he doesn't fall off.
And he has the biggest shit-eating grin the whole time, and he's just like, you can feel him bouncing on top of you, Kess, as he just... Please just punch. I was like, this is the best day ever. I got a new friend, and Rex is cool now, and he has a girlfriend, and Ritan's gonna have a wedding, and Kess is a pony! And Osiris is still weird.
The guy just died. Coming back, he gets called weird.
Poor Osiris.
Just repetitive kick in the taint from life.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Okay.
You know,
And she's gonna pick him up off of Kess and set him back down. We definitely need to go get food in our systems, and we need to figure out where we're gonna stay for the night. But we will see you again.
okay, promise.
Pinky promise. And she gives him one.
Good. Okay. Enjoy dinner!
Thank you.
He plods back inside.
Wait for everybody else outside. Just kind of look at Kess, who I'm assuming is still a pony right now.
No.
Rex would have came outside with you guys.
Yeah, maybe you follow.
Once you picked him up off of me, I would have returned to normal.
She just gives you like a side, like out of the side of her eyes look, and her shoulders are just like shaking just a little bit.
But yeah, you all make your way outside, you bid your farewells, and you can all go take a pee break, because I realize we're over time for that.
Yes,
Mhm.
thank God.
I was like, I'm trying to take a break, but you guys are talking to Richie!
I
Yeah.
know, and I didn't want to go pee while this was happening.
I don't think any of us wanted to get
No.
up.
No.
Nope, not at all.
Alright,
Alright.
I will be right back.
Yep, be right back. I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome home.
Come back.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what Richie did to you.
Me?
Who?
Oh, that was funny as hell. I mean, and it
Wither
totally made
is
sense.
sorry for Ritan helping put you on the spot. Ritan is not sorry.
Oh yeah. Rax isn't sorry for like kind of turning it back at you.
Oh, no. Like, she was sitting there going, you prick. But at the same time, she was like, well played.
Give him the old GG.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Real recognize real. Game recognize game.
Mm-hmm.
It's 100% what that was. It's quite literally
Also,
like,
did you
okay,
like the
fair
thing?
cup. The thing.
The message thing?
Oh, yeah, that freaked her out.
Uh-huh.
There's more voices in her head.
Mm-hmm.
Now 2 people in your party can do it.
Technically 3.
I can talk to the innkeeper and know what his voice sounds like.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
I love how excited you just got him with that!
Sorry, channeling my inner Rax. He's like,
No,
oh, I can do it.
Do it.
I have to remember what the innkeep sounds like.
Never thought that was gonna come out again.
It's like, oh, he sounds like this. Cool, they're never gonna ask again. Ah, shit. Also, I don't know if he's still here, but Fern is not on point with what his guess was.
Nope.
I just wanted to put that out there.
No, I assumed that he wasn't.
Mhm.
He goes, what did I do?
I was just saying that your guess.
Your
Is
guess for what's
accurate.
happening isn't right.
No.
Am I allowed to know what he's asking?
He suspected class change.
Not a class
Yeah.
change.
Mm-mm.
Hello?
Man. I
Hi.
throw shit at
Hey,
a wall.
welcome back.
Sometimes it sticks.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dice are out. Should be good for the rest of the session.
Nice.
Yay. Okay.
Oh my god, another successful 1 check.
That's because I gave you shit at the start session.
No, it's because it was a good Richie session. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Richie will never.
Yeah.
Richie will never be bad RP.
No.
That's fair.
I created a monster.
You did.
It wasn't meant to be this, like.
It wasn't meant to be this
This
important
big of a
to us.
cornerstone.
Yeah. Richie's gonna
I
be
mean,
the
like-
real party leader.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that he is, because I thought you'd be like, oh, cool, it's just a kid, let's dismiss it, but you actually, like, love him so
No,
much.
protect this child at all costs.
Like, I'm surprised, I'm gonna be honest, that one of the reasons for, like, trying to get Osiris to come back wasn't, Richie would be very upset that you broke your promise.
See, if it had been, like, less...
Right.
But I mean, you know,
Yeah.
technically speaking, you almost broke your promise too, Ritan.
I did.
You won't always have loot to give a kid.
Yeah, and
Came
keep her,
close.
keep
I
her
know, but,
will
like,
kick your ass.
I didn't see that stuff put in the party loot. That was why.
It wasn't in there for me either, so I
Yeah.
had no idea.
I didn't know who had it, I assumed you all put it in party loot, but no.
Well,
That's why I
it
reminded you
is
about it.
now. Now Richie
No,
can
it's
learn how
not.
to
Richie
gamble in
hasn't.
town.
Yeah, you just taught Richie how to gamble, so that'll
Oh
be
my
it. Was
god.
It was the exact chaotic, stupid energy that Ritan would exude. Just realizing after the fact that it just occurs to me that I taught a child how to gamble.
Mhm.
I love how he's like, did you wager for that ring?
In a sense, you could say that.
I know. Oh man.
Okay, so where are you going?
To the tavern because we hungry.
Okay. So, once I turn down my music because, Jesus.
Also, once we get like going, Ritan's gonna like pat Osiris on the back and say, "We'll deal with your situation in the morning."
Sounds good.
And when I say we, I mean we you.
So you make your way back to the Red Dragon Saloon, and when you walk in, you see a collection of familiar faces. You see Kakio chatting with a crowd of patrons, and their laugh fills the entire bar, as it usually does. You see the halfling woman who spells Rex's name CKSX is taking an order from a table of obviously drunk gentlemen. And you see a gnome who ended up with a nasty bump on his forehead thanks to Ritan working behind the bar. Your eyes then drift, and as you were told, you see Azariah behind the bar wearing a red sash. She seems to have attracted the attention of a cluster of patrons and is currently trying to speak to them. Emphasis on trying. Seeing you come in, Kakio excuses themselves from the group that they're talking to, and they walk up to you and greet you all. They're like, "Welcome back! How are things? Did you sort everything out in Moncade?"
Yes, and now sorting out more.
Good luck to you then, and I see we've gained a new friend along the way. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine. Come in, go get settled. There's some tables upstairs, and I'll set up some drinks. Oh, wait! And she jogs back off behind the bar, and comes back with a rolled up piece of paper for you. Which she then hands to Ritan. Dun. There you are. It should be in your journal now.
Yes.
You scroll down and there's a translation.
Oh.
Oh. Physical copy.
Oh. Oh.
If you scroll all the way down, there's a translation.
I don't need the translation.
Okay.
I worked in daycare for so many years that I'm used to reading this kind of handwriting.
You have no idea how many times I had to write this to make it look
Oh,
up.
it's awful. It's awful.
I also used my left hand.
That's kind of what you have to do.
Yeah. I'm ambidextrous though, so that didn't quite help as much as I hoped it would.
Oh. Yeah, she kind of like unfolds it and starts reading it as we're like heading upstairs, and she just kind of makes this like sound. And rolls it back up.
And you make your way upstairs, you find a booth. As usual, it's quieter up here. You see that there's actually a chalkboard that's like sort of like a little resting on the table. On one side it says drink special, on the other side it says food special. And big red, beautiful, chalky paint writing. And you sort of sit down, and it's not long before, one of the halflings are kind of up to the edge of the table, flip through the pages of their notebook, and just gonna go, "Well?"
Wait for everyone else.
Rex says, I'll have the special drink and dinner.
Specials? Noted.
I'll do the same as him.
2 specials? Well, 4, but
Bring a third.
3.
Yeah,
And he was like, me too.
yeah, make it 4.
5 it is. Okay, so 5 specials, and they'll be right up. Anything else I can get for you? You want some water for the table?
Please.
Noted. And then she disappears off. Does anyone actually read what they just ordered?
It occurs to me now that I probably should.
So you pick up the board. And for the fun of it,
Oh boy.
It's a food special. It can't be that bad.
Never know. But I mean, Rax is used to eating various mushrooms, so I'm sure it doesn't taste that bad.
Worst case scenario, I'll just good berry for all of us.
That's one thing to do.
I made sure to re-prepare those when we were going through the desert.
Probably a good call. You know, we only got the 2 rations each, and we probably ate them the first day. Well, the first attempt, I should say.
I think rations are for 1 day, so...
Mm-hmm. It was a day and a half to go out, and then a day and a half to come back.
Yeah, but I don't think any of us were eating on the way back.
Ritan, like, looks at the list and just kind of goes, oh, hell. Well, I hope one of you wants to get rip-roaring drunk. And she turns around the sign and points at all the hard liquors that are in that drink.
Yes, so whoever reads it, the drink special is called the Icebreaker. And it's a mix of vodka, rum, and a special blue drink that's sweet to taste. It's served with ice and fizzy lemonade, and underneath it reads new. And the food's on the other side of the board.
Turns it around.
So the food is breadcrumb, shrimp, tossed winter salad, which consists of red lettuce, tomato, shredded carrot, shredded cucumber, and spicy salad dressing, and then spicy buffalo steak and pup fries. So,
which sounds freaking delicious. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
I'm not upset about this at all.
I'm not upset about random
neither am
ordering,
I.
aside from the fact that I don't want to get drunk.
Well, tough shit, because you ordered a special.
Somebody else can
We
drink.
weren't planning to leave tonight, right?
I mean,
And Rax will say that as she, like, shows them the drink.
I don't think so.
I was just planning on going across the street.
Right.
Good, me too.
Right.
Me too. And it's not long before they bring up and they serve the food and they bring the jug of water and they bring you a picture of the drink because you all ordered it. So they thought instead of
Oh,
giving
thank
glasses,
God.
let's give you a big fuck off jar of the stuff. You can probably get at least 2 glasses each from this stuff,
Oh boy.
just for the size of what they brought you. I'm like, well, if you need us.
Real quick,
Hmm.
can I just also get just a regular ale or something so I don't...
And the people, there's like 2 of them that are there that have just served everything, and they're like, "Are you backing out of the icebreaker?"
No,
I mean, you ordered the icebreaker.
no,
and
I know,
like,
I know.
well, I mean, if mixing your drinks is what poison you want to take, and they're like, "We'll get you an ale." They trot downstairs.
Read before you order Ritan. She actually, like, says that out loud to herself.
Rax has a shit-eating grin on his face.
You know,
What?
is waiting. She's already shoveling like fries in her face.
What are you
That's just-
smiling at?
Kess just shrugs and like starts pouring icebreaker for everybody. Like, here you go.
Shit. This is the worst, because Zoe knows what she just did.
So you finish pouring
Ritan
it.
starts drinking the icebreaker.
Mary raises glass and joins suit, and she starts chugging.
Oh,
And then very promptly stops chugging as she tastes, and both of you taste it, how fucking strong this drink is. Yeah, like burn
Ooh.
your throat kind of strong.
Oh,
But it's also sweet, which is weird.
kind of, oh, tastes like what we used to clean wounds when we run out of stuff.
It's sweeter, right?
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, I like it. And she continues.
Rex starts sipping his.
I'm gonna nurse mine like the whole time we are here.
Osiris sips this as well.
You chickens.
Kess will like take a small sip and a bigger sip, then like big gulp and set it down and start eating.
So, Cass, how does drunk shapeshifting work?
I don't know, but if you want, we can find out.
I could drink to that.
Follow up. I've got a follow-up question. Can you like change different parts of your body to different animals?
Osiris, that sounds like a very personal question.
Sounds kinky.
I
I didn't mean it that way. I was thinking like maybe an arm and a leg,
It's
but I
nothing to
mean,
be mad
you,
about. We're all friends here, Osiris. Curiosity's okay.
So you're looking into animals?
I
or something?
haven't actually tried that either.
I'm surprised.
It looks like tonight's going to be a lot of
Actually, I'm
excitement.
not surprised.
Rex picks up his drink. He's like, wow, they really weren't kidding.
Seriously, though.
And like Kess just kind of like stares at his hand for a second as
You cut
What?
out.
Oh no.
Kess just kind of like stares at his hand for a second. And then he like shakes his head and like grabs another drink and goes back to eating.
Seriously, though.
Mhm.
Not one time at the brothel?
No, not once.
Rex is eating and he probably like kind of does one of those, but continues.
I mean, to be fair, and then she swallows. She's not really the type to sleep with people anyway. In fact, I don't think she's ever slept with a customer before.
I guess I'm just confused then why the...
We weren't actually a brothel.
No,
Ritan.
I know that. I know that. I'm keeping up with that. I get it. Front. Got it. I guess I'm just more confused, like... Are you...
Miri
Were
leans in, waiting for your question.
Was it like a companionship thing that you were looking for?
I wasn't looking for anything at the
Well, you
start.
sought her out a couple of times, it sounds like, so you were looking for something.
I said at the start I wasn't looking for anything.
Okay.
We had some conversation before I fell asleep the first time. She came back up to get me after we were going to go back to her room, and sleep
Like in the non... In the
Like,
non-misbehaving way.
actual sleep.
Got it.
The first day we were in Moncade.
Okay.
As you know, I'm fairly spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
I slept and all I heard was the screaming and the anguish of the souls under the mountain. When she came back, I apologized and turned her away.
Makes sense.
The next day I went and spoke to her to apologize. We spent the day together and just talked and we bonded.
Nice.
Oh, after what happened, I just wanted a friend.
I can understand that. That's nice.
Osiris nods his head while he's eating.
Ritan is also like deliberately moving all of the tomatoes off to one side in her food.
Kess will be like, "Are you gonna eat those?
No, do you want them?
I'd love them."
Go right ahead.
They're great halfway through a mouthful.
Huh?
They're great halfway through a mouthful.
Not really my thing.
You know, for all the red you wear, I thought you liked tomatoes.
I don't enjoy them.
Each their own.
Also, full disclosure, Kess, I kind of figured you were gonna have a rough time when we were in Moncade. Leodir told me to keep an eye on you.
Yeah, you could have given me the heads up.
I mean, I kind of did by saying if you needed anything, I was there.
You know that doesn't always translate, right? You
No,
sometimes
apparently
think
it doesn't because, well, even Mastermind up there didn't pick up on it. She's gonna regret sassing. I said she's gonna regret sassing. Oh no, what did you just roll for?
Something that's happening very unsubtly because I rolled a natural 1. Anyone who's paying attention to Mirio notices one of her hands goes wandering under the table. Oh god, of all the times to roll a natural 1.
Ritan just shakes her head.
Rax is just eating his food still.
Anyway.
So, are you all just nursing your drink, or are you actually drinking?
I'll probably drink like half of it and then, well, like half of his first one and be like, whole bad idea.
Yeah.
This is probably somewhere in the middle
Ritan was
between
sipping.
nursing it
Yep.
and like actually drinking. Somewhere
Yeah.
in the middle.
You gotta make sure you have food in your system too when you're drinking something that strong.
So, Mirio
Right.
downs hers, puts her glass on the table, and pours another one as if she's totally fine. As you all finish, I need Constitution saving throw.
Shit.
Because this shit is strong and you're
I'm-
still drinking it.
Not even gonna look at what I rolled.
Constitution?
Mm-hmm.
On a saving throw.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Oh.
you're all alright. Ritan, you're feeling it a little bit more than anyone
Ooh.
else. But you're feeling good, you know, like it's definitely giving you the warm fuzzies.
Yeah.
But it's not like impeding you. in
Rip
any
roaring
way.
drunk.
Yeah.
She does not want to go any further than that. Ritan looks like she's gonna say something to Mirio and Rax, and then just shuts her mouth, shakes her head, and goes back to eating.
They look like they're having a conversation, but just through facial expressions?
Insight check?
Sure. She also does pour another round for everyone as you finish your drinks.
Crap.
Just, you know, they're happy in each other's company. But yeah, she pours drinks for all of you as you all finish yours.
Mm-mm.
And raises her glass and waits for all of you.
Kess raises his glass.
Yep.
Raise my glass and I'll
Raise
cheers.
my glass.
I ain't doing it.
I'm sipping.
And she starts downing hers, and then sees that none of you are doing it, and she like takes it away. She puts her glass down, wipes her hand with her free hand now that her glass is on the table because her other one's not there. And she kind of looks around all of you. She's like, "You have a night to celebrate, and you're not celebrating."
I don't.
Kess would have tried to chug, given up
Okay.
fairly quickly because he's not used to drinking heavily.
I mean, she still sees this, and she's like, "Well, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I really don't want to drink all of you under the table this easily."
Oh,
Celebrate!
no.
Osiris is alive!
Oh, no.
You're safe in Frostbane! You know you're gonna have a bed. You know you're gonna be fine.
We know we'll have a
on.
bed if we get there before midnight.
You'll be fine. It's early.
I'm pretty sure I can sober myself up if I have to.
Rex
That's
goes,
what I like to hear.
this isn't my usual
And
means,
Ritan picks
but...
up her drink, and she's gonna start drinking.
She's
Just got
gonna
called out.
full on eye contact start chugging hers as well. She's essentially daring you to beat her to the bottom.
Yeah, Ritan's gonna try.
Okay.
Kess
She's
will
also
like
making the eye contact.
see this. He'll like raise his glass a little bit and then like drink like half of it and put it down. Like too much.
I will still need both of you to make a con save. Anyone who's drinking half or more and taking part in this.
Oh, for fuck's sake, another 12.
Yeah, you're starting to feel like the womb slaying a little bit. Rax, you are loving this drink, and it's not
Okay.
as much as you think. Cyrus, you're enjoying it too. It doesn't burn as much the second time. But Miryu's fine as well. She like drinks it and like almost slams it on the table, but realizes it's glass, so doesn't do it and just boof on the table.
Ugh.
Ritan, you're feeling the burn a little bit.
Yeah, I don't like being drunk.
Well, at least I know the boys can keep up.
Okay. And she's gonna pour another one.
Sweet.
Because I don't think she can get away with casting magic in here.
You don't know.
And she wouldn't try in a public space. Unfortunately. Because yeah, I mean, it's verbal somatic. She wouldn't try. And it would kind of be like cheating.
Kinda be.
Yeah. Yeah. What I'm thinking of doing would be...
Okay, so you pour another one.
Uh-huh, and I hope I roll higher than a freaking 12.
I hope you roll lower than a 12.
Shut up!
Okay, so she does the same thing again. She raises her glass. Full on eye
Raises her
contact
glass,
with
full
Ritan.
eye contact.
Oh boy.
Oh!
Good. You definitely don't feel as bad as she does right now.
Oh, no, she rolled a 1.
I rolled a natural 4,
Oh!
but she has a +9 to her save. So she's now feeling the same buzz that you were feeling just a moment ago. But she kind of like, she does that thing again where she wipes off her face after she puts her cup down, and like, you can see that she takes a moment to steady herself, and she's obviously not expecting to be as hit by it as she was this time. Like, she was feeling good the past twice, and now she's like, oh boy. You know when it settles at the bottom and all the alcohol's there?
Oh,
that's
yeah.
exactly what,
Yeah,
like,
all
that's
goes
where
to
you
the
are
bottom
just like,
and
yeah.
you're just getting the straight
Yeah.
liquor.
Yep.
It's like when you have the straw drink and you're sipping at it, then you go to take a drink and it's just straight vodka in your mouth.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, as Ash come around, notice that it's empty. Or almost empty at the bottom, and one of them comes up and she's like, Another round? Yes, no, maybe?
Sure.
Good! They go downstairs. They did bring you mundane ale, Ritan, as well. should you wish to wash it down.
She like takes a sip, like swishes it in her mouth to get like the boozy taste out. Ugh.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't taste as good, and like these two flavors mixing is not a good combo. Yeah. It's like when you drink orange juice after brushing your teeth.
Yeah, yeah. Blech.
Ugh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's
Why
not long
though?
before they pop down another one, and they pour each of you, like, they top up all of your glasses as they bring the new one.
I would have finished that second glass when they left, and
Same.
Okay.
Oh
they
shit!
came back.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, you
I
guys-
have inspiration. This is a great time to use it.
Do it.
Fuck. Not much better.
You still fail.
Yeah, I figured.
So, Osiris and Rax, you both fail. And you're both definitely feeling the effects.
I've
You know-
had 3. I think that's enough.
But they brought over this whole new one, and I mean, look, the boys are enjoying themselves.
Cass asked for it, not Ritan. I am under no obligation.
Rax goes, I was gonna ask for ale.
Should have spoke up sooner.
Ritan just slides hers across the table to you. Grabs a water and just starts drinking that.
Yeah, yep. I mean, it helps. But, you know, all your glasses get topped up when they come back.
Oh, come on.
You empty your glasses, and they're bar people.
I'm not
You're filling
emptying my
again.
glass. I'm not having another one.
You did before they took the fucking thing
Oh,
away.
no, I know. I'll pay him
So-
for it. I'm just not having a 4th one.
Anyone else who's drinking with Miru? Miru's gonna chug hers.
I know a train
Fuck
wreck
it.
when I see one.
Oh, honey!
Yup. And you're witnessing one.
Oh, boy.
Going with rat.
Oh, my
Oh.
God. Oh, no.
Oh no.
So, Miru rolled a 2?
Oh, no. I'm gonna have to carry the whole party home.
So,
I mean, I could use my inspiration here too, but not worth it to me.
so, Kess,
Get
Osiris,
drunk.
Rax, and Miru are now very obviously drunk. Like, Miru can't speak a straight word, and she's dipping in between 6 different languages at this point.
Oh, my God.
So, like,
How
none
many
her
of them do I understand?
Yeah. how many of them?
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to check what you all
It's really easy. I only speak 2.
Yeah, no, you're only getting common. Osiris, you're getting common, elven, and sylvan, and dwarven. So all of your
my
Dear
languages.
God.
Cass, you're obviously getting common and elven. Rax, you're getting all of your languages. All of your languages.
Fantastic.
Oh, my
So-
God.
Those of you who are getting all of the languages can understand everything she's saying, and none of it makes sense anyway.
Ritan is not even able to follow what's going on. She's like,
Yeah. She's
I-
she's attempting to tell the story of like a time she was out on a bounty where they got lost in the woods and she was looking for directions and she just can't fucking explain the directions to you. So you wonder how the fuck she got home.
I got the word the. That's
Yeah,
it.
somewhere in there.
Yeah, I get like every sentence. I get like 2 words.
I got the.
I'm getting like 75% of
and.
it, but there's like big ass chunks missing probably.
The and.
Yeah, like none of her tale is making sense and none of it's lining up either, but it sounds like it was fun.
Oh boy.
But yeah, she engages in idle-ish conversation in however many languages. 6 languages. Yeah, 6 languages. Oh, that was good.
Oh.
One of which is common. But yeah, she just like, and she doesn't stop. You're not sure she knows how to breathe at this point. She just keeps going. And no sentence is like in one language. It's like, when you speak to someone who's obviously not English as their first language and they slip into, it's entirely that the whole time.
Yep.
And she
But,
just
like,
confused
6 of them.
words and yeah.
It's like when you're trying to remember the word for something in the common language and you can't, and you're like, what the fuck is the word? And you say it in the other language that you know, and then you're like, right, that. I still don't know what that is.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
That's exactly what's going on the whole rest of the night. And you all eat and drink and you're merry. If there's anything you would like to try and discuss with each other, by all means.
No.
Nope.
But the only
Not
one
with-
remaining
not with
sober at the
drunk
table.
them. Sober them dragged me enough today. Ratan's not opening that.
And Ratan's tipsy.
Yeah, and Ratan's a little,
I'm thinking, but I think it'd be better for in the morning.
Like, if there was a dog in the tavern, Ratan would be, like, on the floor trying to play with
Technically
the dog.
speaking, there is.
No, like, I'm talking, like, when you're at a party and there's
Oh,
a
no, I
dog
know.
and there's the one drunk person who's like, puppy. That's Ratan right now.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, technically speaking, there is.
Except for Ritan's the most sober one.
Which is really weird.
Y'all are gonna feel it in the morning.
Oh, no doubt.
I'll take care of myself.
Might not have to. He can kind of appear out of nowhere.
That's not what I meant, but okay.
I mean, he's
That's
not
how he...
wrong. You could totally call down your fuck buddy tonight.
I do stop calling him my fuck buddy.
Well, I mean, will you get laid if he comes down, yes or no?
Probably.
Well, fuck buddy.
He's not a fuck buddy.
I mean, sounds like it.
Why
Booty
is this such a
call.
thing for you? Why?
Because it's easier than saying fiance.
It's the
She doesn't say fiance in common, by the way. She says it in Draconic.
I don't know what that word means.
Fiance. And
The
Rack's
exact
like,
same amount of syllables.
Just yeah. It's
It's
fuck
the
buddy.
exact same amount of syllables.
You think I'm counting that just now?
I don't think you're counting much of anything aside from drinks. I think you lost count of those too.
Who's counting?
Who needs to count?
Right, I
Counts
like
are
that attitude.
I am not carrying you guys to the inn.
I'm stronger than you anyway. Richie said so.
Rax goes, she can carry me.
Ratan's
Yeah,
eyes
okay.
kind of flare a little bit.
That crinkled your face. Are you jealous? Are you
I'm
jealous?
just glad Richie doesn't want me to fight you anymore, Ritan.
She's
Yeah, 'cause
with you. You'd
Yeah.
be flattened. She just loses her shit.
She flat turns to Kess and says, yeah, cause I'd celestial word that's probably a curse, lay you out.
I know. I told him that, but he wouldn't listen.
Cause he's a kid.
Okay. We should arm wrestle. Settle it once and for all since you seem so upset about something. And she, like, slams her hand on the table.
I don't know if Ratan's pride could take losing. But she's just been challenged, so she kind of moves the drinks out of the way. Fine.
Grabs his cup and like gets ready for the show.
Grabs his
Are we
ale and he's
gonna-
just like,
Are we gonna wager on it?
What do you want to wager?
What you got?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I mean, is there something other than money you want to put on the table? 'Cause,
I'm
like,
asking you.
and you see her like duck under the table for her pack. She rumbles around in a bit, and then she puts out this pouch and just bang on the table.
Okay, maybe start with a smaller amount, Drunky.
What? You don't think you can win?
Ritan's internal screaming. Oh my god. Oh my
Cass,
god.
Cass is gonna turn to Osiris. You want to put some money on this?
Oh my god.
It's tempting.
Come on! Come on! Be fun! We're celebrating!
I'm gonna be very, very sore if I lose this. And she's gonna pull out her coin purse. How much does it look like she put on the table?
Are you opening the bag? Because you can't tell from just the sack on its own.
Because Ritan doesn't want to wager everything. How much are we putting down? Just...
And she gestures to the bag for you to open it.
pulls it open.
Here's who you got.
Ritan looks at her, she's like, you realize that this is like shitload of money.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
To prove the kid right, I guess? And you can give it to him for pocket money if it's really going to burn that much of a hole in the pocket, provided you win, of course.
No, it's more so the fact that this buys me an upgraded one of those. And she points at her weapon.
I'll spend it on that, then. I don't care.
Ritan's gonna regret this so much. She's
So,
Go ahead.
Osiris, we putting money on this?
I thought I wasn't supposed to have money.
Oh, look at Ritan. Can we bet on this?
Rex goes,
Oh,
and
yeah,
this is
what
the
you
exact
do.
situation why. And why do you think he picked you?
Ritan looks like she might be physically ill as she's looking at the coin purse.
Come on, we don't have all night. You said what, midnight's the drop point?
Yeah.
Well, come on! And she slams her hand down again.
How much do you want to throw at this, Kess?
That's the spirit!
I'll put 10 gold.
That sounds reasonable. I can do 10 gold.
Alright. You
She
got,
puts
I'll
down
let you
1K
pick.
and you guys are going like, yeah, 10 sounds fair.
They don't know that!
I mean, that's true.
Alright, Osiris, who do you got?
I got my buddy Ritan.
Return.
I'll take marry you.
And then, Rex, you feel a squeeze on your thigh.
I'll slam 10 gold on the table.
That's a very polite, you better bet on me, Boo Boo.
I slammed 10 gold on the table as well.
I wasn't offered, and Kess already said marry you, so I'm just...
Fine, please yourself. Don't worry,
Ritan's
I'll
gonna
give you a
put-
cut.
Ritan. What?
I'll give you a cut, is what she said to him.
That is not what I heard. That's why I immediately stopped talking. Ritan's going to... She'll put 50 on herself.
Okay. Is that gold or platinum?
Well, 50 gold, 5
Okay.
platinum.
Alright.
She's wagered in arm wrestling enough times to know that you don't just dump 1K. Like, Miriu might be fucked up. Ritan is just tipsy.
Mm-hmm.
I have to do math now, though. Okay. All right.
Okay, roll strength.
All right. I'm making a note of how much I did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whew.
So Miriu got a 22. So you're sitting there and you think you've got her and she sort of starts pushing you down a little bit, but she doesn't get you very far. Roll again.
Oh my god. I'm the fucking paladin. I can't lose here. God damn it.
She rolled an 18. So she starts getting you, and you're like, you can sense the table under your hand. Roll once more. Oh no. Okay, so I'm gonna take a picture of
God
this.
damn it.
I'm gonna take a picture of this, okay?
It's a natural 20, isn't it?
I just wanna, hold on.
Or Tan just got her ass kicked.
I'm gonna put it in the Discord for you.
Great, so I can be publicly shamed? By the fucking NPC? God damn it!
Yeah, she rolled a natural 20 to your natural 1 and just almost puts your hand through the fucking table. She's like, bang! And just like everything on the table like rattles and she's like, yeah! Wow! You can tell Richie that I'm the strongest!
Oh. That sucked.
Hey. Good.
Hey, I made
Good
money
catch.
on it.
Don't patronize me.
I'm just saying. It's pretty
Don't.
strong.
Don't.
It's fine.
She just kind of scoots down in the booth and starts sulking.
Anyone else want to try? And she kind of wiggles her fingers.
Rax, nope.
Kess just like laughs and like cheers and drinks. Like not getting involved in that. My forte.
And then she looks at Osiris and kind of like wiggles her fingers.
He's contemplating. He has that contemplating phase.
Come on. She's literally doing that to you.
He kind of looks to everybody else, so... Everybody else got my back?
Oh, you think I'm betting on you? That's not even worth it.
Just kind of looks at Osiris and she's like, really? I just lost money on myself, and you think I'm gonna bet against her? You know
Yes,
what?
like-
Here. And she throws 5 gold on the table. There's your sympathy.
Rax
there's
matches
your
it.
sympathy bet.
Cass will also match it.
She chucks down as well.
There's your sympathy bet.
And she like sort of positions herself where she can get for Osiris. Please roll me strength.
Sure, he grabs her hand.
And you feel like her
Aw.
squeeze a little bit. Please roll me a strength check. Oh boy. Okay, so you immediately get the upper hand on her.
I lose. The fucking artificer is gonna win.
And like she gives you that squeeze and you're like, okay, game on, and it's like, oh my god, roll again.
I'm leaving.
Oh my god, you get her arm almost to the table. Roll again. Okay. You're evenly matched this time, so she kind of like pushes up against you. Roll again. So she brings you all the way over to just before your hand's on the table. Once more. Yeah, no. Slams down, and not quite as much force as she did with Ritan. She didn't roll a nat 20 that time, but you had her very, very close. I rolled a 3, and then a 4, and then a 19.
You guys were watching Ratan's face as this was going on. Like, the first move, her eyes kind of widen a little. She's like, what the fuck? And then he does it again, and she's like, no, this isn't happening. And then there's this look of just relief when he loses.
So, those of you who bet on Miri, please take.
She's not even mad.
And then she kind of like stretches out her arm and shakes her hand a little. She's like, "You're a dark horse, mister. I like you. You should play with money more often. It seems to bolster your determination."
Rax looks at him and goes,
I don't know.
Don't even think about it.
Don't. Also, you better hope that you're sober enough in the morning to fix the mess you made.
Speaking of that, do you want to teach me how to haggle?
Rattan actually starts like full roaring with laughter.
I think that's our cue to leave.
Oh. You made this mess. You gotta learn from it. I will go with you for moral support, but I'm not doing it for you. The key to haggling is when they give you a number, you give them a lower number. And she pats Osiris on the shoulder and starts standing up to leave the booth.
Yeah,
she'll throw
you
down
know,
whatever she owes for-
I remember that.
She throws down whatever she owes for dinner and drinks.
Drinks
Miri
gone.
scoops it up, gives it back to you, and throws down money that she won.
Bitch won 50 gold off of me.
Yeah, and she's using it to pay for the drinks. There is still a little bit of the drinks left, Kess.
Okay. I'll
There's maybe
stay
enough for
until
like-
they're gone.
Yeah, there's probably like a glass and a half left in the pitcher at this point.
Well, my glass is probably empty, so I'll refill it. I'll give you another con save.
Oh boy.
Oh, Kess. Kess is sleeping in the bar tonight.
If I hear his head hit the table...
It's not so much that his head hits the table, but he does that thing where like he finishes it and then he slumps down in the chair and just is kind of like...
Alright, no, you're not staying here, and I'm also like trapped in the booth with you, so... Get up. If you can't walk, you're getting carried.
Bridal style.
Just said you're not carrying anybody. Like, gets up.
She's watching to see if he falls down.
I mean, you're a bit wobbly on your feet. That's for sure.
Takes a deep breath. His way over to the stairs and hand on the railing carefully.
Like the two hand down the rails thing.
Like the whole world
Not
is spinning
two
and he's
hands.
just...
Ratan's
too bad.
watching this, shaking her head.
Yeah, like Miriu's got her like arm drunken lay over Rax's shoulder.
I'm like halfway down the stairs and I'll like look back to see if they're following me. Like,
Ratan's gonna follow like the top of the stairs and just watch this.
Rax will say loud enough where like Ritan can hear him. He's gonna be like, "Well, you said no carrying, but you didn't say no dragging, so."
Fair point.
They're definitely moved to come behind you, Kess. They're just not immediately behind you.
He'll like stand there for a second and then make his way down the rest of the steps and out the front door.
I'll follow after him to make sure he doesn't face plant in the snow.
I'll follow after him to see if he does.
It's
I'll
a 50-50
follow
with
with.
Ritan. It's a 50-50.
Yeah, and like, I mean, you make it easy enough over to the silver scales. And as you walk in, you see that the same raggy, scraggy, scruffy ginger cat is curled up on the desk asleep, and the door where the owner usually comes from is slightly ajar as usual. A small little bell is sitting in the center of the desk.
Ding.
Ting. And you see the cat sort of get up and stretch, same way that they always do when you do that. And you watch as the older, scruffy-looking gentleman with a stitched mouth shuffles his way to the desk and takes his perch upon the reception chair and looks up at you.
Kess like leans up. Sorry. Kess like leans up against the wall next to the stairs.
Oh boy.
Miru leans closer to Rax and she's like, "What's up with Mr. Stitch? Has he always been like this?"
Rattan turns around and gives her the look of like, bruh!
She whispered it to him. You have what as a
Okay.
passive?
12. I assume
Exactly.
you're like in a confined space.
No. She straight up whispered this to Rax.
Oh boy.
Just kind of.
And the innkeeper's looking up at you all expectantly.
Rattan is strangely the most sober person in this room. And just goes, "That's good to see you again. We were hoping to get a couple of rooms, at least for the night."
And he pulls up the price list and the rules list. So the price is for a single bedroom, 1 silver, double bedroom, 5 silver, deluxe is 8, and the suite is 5 gold. The rules: no violence, no drinking, no smoking, no nudity in public places, and no crime.
Yeah.
Just in case.
And
you need
how
it for a
many
minute.
keys does he have available?
It's much and such the same as before. He's definitely got less single rooms this time.
Mm-hmm.
There's maybe only a couple of keys for that. The suite is taken.
Mm-hmm.
But there's sort of like an even spread over the double and deluxe. And Miru dips into her purse and puts 8 silver on the desk. It's like one of those ones, and she points at deluxe on the board. And he grabs the silver, gives her a key.
Rattan's also gonna put down 8 silver.
Okay.
Looks like you boys are on your own. Math.
Right. I just have to do the same. Cyrus and Kess, what kind of rooms are you getting? There's maybe one of the deluxe left.
Pay attention. What's the for the doubles?
The price for doubles is 5 silver.
5. All right, I'll put 5 silver down after rummaging through my bag and trying to learn how to count again.
Wait a minute, I got it exact. I do.
He gives you change,
Ooh.
and he makes sure you're settled. You know, make sure you don't get overcharged, and you don't get, that kind of stuff. He's
Boy,
on
we
the
are a
pickle.
mess.
Wish Cyrus could put down the 8 silver.
Well, there's only because Cass took the last deluxe, right?
I
Or
did a
did you say
double.
5?
He did
I
a
thought you
double.
took a double.
5.
Yeah, no,
5.
so- yeah, sorry. Then yes, Osiris, you can take it. And you all find your way to one room or another of varying degrees of success climbing the stairs.
Rattan's just like past everybody. Y'all are on your own.
Mhm.
Easy
No.
enough. Get settled down for the night. And I think that would be a really Good place to stop the session for the night.
All right.
You'll get to snooze. Sleep off the
Perf.
alcohol.
Yeah.
Yay!
And there was no fights tonight, so you don't have to worry about dying.
I know.
Just some of you have Bruce prides.
Yeah.
I figured we were probably gonna end there, so I was like, I'm gonna lose my inspiration by next week, so fuck it. We'll
Yep.
use it on getting
May as
drunk.
well, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Would that 3 have ended up with me just passed out at the table?
Almost.
Ooh, buddy.
Glad I used it then.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
shit
to be
was strong.
fair, if I had had inspiration, I would have used it in the bar too.
A great time to use it.
Cause I'd have re-rolled that fucking 1. Probably still would have lost, but it wouldn't have been in such a shameful fashion.
Yeah, you got nat 1 to nat 20'd.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, her shoulder was smarting a little bit after that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
Well, good session, guys.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Just
fun.
chill RP session.
Yeah. I think we needed something like that.
After
Yeah.
last week, yeah. Not every episode needs fighting or dramatics.
We needed a Richie session.
I think there was plenty of drama in it. It was
Oh yeah, I
just-
mean, we found out Peepers is somewhere that is not here.
Sorry.
She's probably going by Frisian right now, though.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And y'all poked Ritan enough that you got to have breakfast with Leodir.
Mm-hmm.
I did not think that was gonna happen.
Keeper is slightly disappointed that he didn't get to keep that secret longer.
Yeah.
Fortunately, she did get seen, and
Yeah, I
Pedro
did.
was drunk. So,
Mhm.
And who?
Pedro.
Oh, Pedro was drunk. Okay. Loose
Yeah.
lips.
We went down to go get wine to watch the sunrise, and then it was like, who's that guy with Ritan? We're like,
And you're like,
What?
excuse me?
yeah, he was literally like, who's that guy with Ritan? Because I thought there was only like the 4 of you, and then she
Mhm.
came down being carried bridal style, and she had wings. Oh my god.
and I was just like, he was getting carried. What now?
Big strong Ritan getting carried bridal
Mhm.
style. This I have to dig at.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And of course, Miri was there as well, so she was like all in on it because they decided earlier in the day that they were literally going to poke you, and she was like, "I need you to do this."
Like,
Mhm.
like Wither completely didn't blame you guys at all, but Ritan was like, "Please stop."
Kess
Oh.
wanted to say something, but he didn't want to give away that he knew anything, so he just
Yeah,
shut up.
no, I figured that's kind of what you were doing.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I didn't expect them to poke enough for him to.
I
feel
didn't
like he had to
either, but
come
they were
down.
like relentless.
Yeah. And I mean, like, she was just bouncing off of Rex.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Like
They were on a
and
mission.
and that's the thing. That's what's so funny, Zoe, is so much of what's happened with him recently has literally come down to like one decision
Mm-hmm.
that someone has made.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Like, if you guys had not poked as hard as you had, he probably wouldn't have shown up.
No.
And Kess was like a hair's breadth away.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah, so I had a
Answered
hell of a
lot
fucking RP
questions,
this
but
week.
now you got a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you see what I meant when I said it wasn't just you who was getting dug into today?
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, I had a very interesting RP session, and that, like, the
Yeah.
Peepers stuff is where it started. Like,
Oh,
he
God.
woke up and it was immediate. And it was like,
Yeah.
fuck. So like half of it was like him just trying to figure out what the fuck he was gonna do.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, and now you guys know that when we were down under Moncade, Ritan had no connection to
Mm-hmm.
Leodir at all. So now, like, her decisions probably make a lot more sense.
Speaking of thoughts, feelings. How
About
does
what?
the party feel about Leodir?
Oh,
I like him.
I knew
That was my
gonna be the
exact
reaction.
response.
No, like
Ev-
Rax is like, I'm a big fan. You just like fucking with her. It's great.
Yep.
Oh, he does. Every going
Every
like,
single time. Go watch all of the VODs now. Every single time Ritan stutters, stops talking and forgets what she's gonna say, looks confused, randomly looks at the ceiling or somewhere else, or chokes on her food or drink, it's been him the whole fucking campaign, guys. The whole fucking time. Every single time I've done that, it's been him.
Yeah.
Ah.
he is the poison in my brain.
And
And I
in the
love him.
tavern, it was him.
Yeah,
Which
the
is why
tavern,
she
the whole
was
scandal thing
so-
with him.
Osiris was oblivious to that.
Well, I know you were, because you didn't look.
Rax failed the wisdom save, so that he just. That was the same person the whole time. What are you talking about?
Was it wisdom or was it intelligence? I don't remember.
Whatever it was, I think. Yeah. Whatever it was,
so
he
Kess
failed to
was-
say.
Yeah.
Cass was the only one that noticed it.
Yeah, Cass has had all of the information.
Kess has had all of the information this whole time.
This whole time.
Remember when I made you do the perception
I was
check
gonna ask
in the-
if I could do that.
in the Sweet and Frostbane,
Right.
right? The morning
Yeah.
that you both picked up the glass and she overhanded it, and I said, Rax, roll me a perception check, and you rolled you rolled a 6 or
You rolled a
something.
4.
Oh, sure.
That's the first time she was wearing the ring.
It was the morning after
Yurendo.
the argument.
Okay.
No. It was the morning after we got our asses kicked in the temple.
Mm-hmm. Which technically was the morning after Yurendo.
Yeah, but it was that morning after we got freaking laid out.
And she
Mhm.
put
Yeah.
it on her left middle finger. Oh my god, that hurt.
She
me so much.
didn't know. When the dude flat says it's not a proposal or anything, so do what you want with it. She's like, I'm trying to read between the lines, but your lines are like zigzaggy.
Do you know how hard it's been for us to keep this, by the way?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So difficult.
So difficult.
So difficult. And then Kess, when you walked out on Ritan on the balcony, he had just left. You missed him by like that.
Yeah, he heard you coming.
He heard you coming and he left. Which is why you caught me in the position that I was in.
Yeah. I put 2 and 2 together after
Yeah. After you met him.
figured
Yeah.
it out. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a cocky bastard, and we love him.
Yep. Oh man, but now you guys are gonna go back and watch stuff and realize that every single time Ritan has been awkward. Go back and watch last session's episode. And
Yeah.
Oh, I did, and like having enough of the information to be like, there was a guy carrying her. Like,
Yep.
I was like, oh, as I was watching it like earlier today.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
man.
I had a feeling when it was happening, but obviously
The cards.
Rax
oh my
has no
god.
idea.
Yep, the
The
cards.
cards was so funny.
Yep. He's filthy.
He's really bad.
It's great.
But like in the best way.
Mm-hmm.
We've been saying this for a long time. Like, he's the exact amount of bad that it's good.
So just to fill you all in as well, like, I don't know how many of you have seen the Lucifer Netflix series.
That's what I was imagining.
All of the gifts All of the gifts in the Discord has been me tormenting Wither because he's based off Lucifer and K-pop fuckboys. That's his
Which is why
entire
every
aesthetic.
time she posts a Lucifer gif in the Discord, I was messaging her going, "Fuck you! I can't say anything." There have been times where we've been in session and I've gotten a mental message from Leodir and it's just been a Lucifer gif. Which is why I lose it sometimes.
It's made it so much easier to communicate.
Although I have to say, none of that made me lose it more than Mirayu when I actually spat out my drink today.
That was me.
Oh no, that was you. That was you. That was you.
I
I
was.
don't even remember what you said.
It wasn't so much.
It was just
Oh,
bridal. It was just
You
bridal.
did that.
it was that, and it was like so, bridal style.
The thing is, I know that was coming.
Still covered in soda.
Uh-huh.
It's sticky.
I knew that was coming for like 4 days, and I'm sitting here and I'm like trying to narrate to the point where he at breakfast, and I was like, "Don't laugh, don't fucking laugh, don't
Mhm.
laugh."
So hard for me because I myself was fucking rolling, but I was trying to play like, oh shit, how much am I telling? And then the entire time that she was in that conversation, she's like, "What the fuck do I do?"
And she got
And he wasn't answering at
response.
all. Being an asshole. So the first response I actually got from him was, oh, he goes, "Oh, this is gonna be good." That was the first thing he said, and she was like, "Don't be mean." And then he just stopped responding. She's like, "What am I doing? Like, am I going full honesty here? Are we like going like, am I full going Deva? Like, what am I telling them?" And just nothing.
and then he showed up.
Yup. And sat big ass Ritan in his lap in front of all of you.
Get up, okay.
Okay. Okay. Yo, we got treats for the doggos. Puppies! Yeah, we're gonna try to get some puppies on camera if they can hear the treat jar. Ah, there we go. Hello, Floofer Doofer.
Oh.
Hello. You chew so loud. No, you don't get the second one. The second one's for your sissy. No, it's for sissy.
I don't know about you guys, but I had fun.
I had so fucking Richie.
And here's the Willow. Everybody love Willow.
Richie takes so much out of me.
But it's good.
Oh no, it like in the best kind of way. Like he exhausts me because he's so high energy and he's just a child and it's just all like spitballing.
Yep.
So I'm just like, bleh.
You can't plan to be Richie. It's just all.
No, you really can't. You just gotta word vomit.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Oh man.
I mean, he was always gonna ask if Miria was your girlfriend.
Oh,
So
I
the fact-
expected it.
So the fact that you walked in holding her hand just set me up.
Yep.
I was like,
Yep.
fuck yes.
And then there was no way that Ritan wasn't going to,
Oh, yeah.
like, come
After that
on.
morning, no.
Yeah. There was no way she wasn't getting payback. And the best part is I mean, am I allowed to?
What? I don't know what you're referring to.
The response I got from it? That's up
Yeah.
to you.
Wait, which one?
To Ritan making the whole, like, come on, don't make the kid disappointed.
I mean, it's up to you.
No, this is your call.
It's your RP. It's your
So when
NPC.
she goes, come on, Rax, don't make the kid disappointed. Deer goes, this is mean even for you. I love this. Like, he was rolling too. That's why she said, if you don't want him to know something, don't tell me.
No, because he found it fucking hilarious when Ritan broke down telling him about Kess falling asleep.
Oh my god, he was fucking in hysterics.
Yeah.
Like, he was wheezing.
Pretty much.
And then there were a whole bunch of questions that Ritan didn't have the answers for, and he was just cackling. Oh.
And he's a guy that chuckles. He doesn't laugh. He
Yeah,
chuckles.
he's not a laugher, and he was full on, like, dying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Ooh.
I like how Kess got shit for falling asleep, even though he told Destiny he was going to sleep before anything happened.
I mean, she's not the one that
hey.
told them.
I know.
I know.
Here's the thing.
I know.
Ritan didn't have context.
No, I know.
Rax
All she got
heard,
was, I fell
we're in a
asleep, and she
brothel
was
and
like,
you went and slept.
All
Mhm.
Ritan
Traveling
got was,
for
I
a
fell
week.
asleep.
Yeah.
Yup.
I was tired.
I know, but when you go to someone and no context say, I was with a prostitute and I kind of fell asleep and didn't do anything, it's like, oh, that's really awkward. Oh. And there was no way she wasn't going to tell him because she knew that he was going to find it hysterical.
Mhm.
And that was the thing, is normally she wouldn't have to tell him, but because her connection was cut off, she had to wait until after we got back up there to tell him. She was sitting on that information for like 2 days.
Mhm.
Oh, man. But now you guys also know why she was talking out loud when she was 13 feet tall.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, what a session.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
fun.
some put a lot of it together beforehand, but Rex had no fucking clue, and he was just
Well,
like,
sure.
"You're weird."
Well, I mean,
And now
yeah,
he's
I mean,
like,
that-
I got it.
Yeah, like, that's the thing, is, like, Wither puts things together, but, like,
Mm-hmm.
Ritan, not so much. Like,
Cyrus
oh,
will be
honey.
blue in the morning again, by the way. So enjoy that. Fucking Richie. And Osiris is just weird.
Oh my god.
Oh, that child.
Mhm.
He exhausts me.
Love that kid. Protect at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
I've had this letter for fucking weeks.
Oh, here, do you guys want to hear what it said? Because it was pretty adorable.
I can show them.
Yeah, do it. Because it in the handwriting is adorable.
I don't know if it actually popped up for you all,
Mm.
but it should be in your journals now. Do.
Oh, he has his
She's
own
leather.
folder.
Does he have wow?
God, Richie's mom going, it was really easy to explain to him where the feather came from. I just told him you were a guardian angel, and Ritan was like, oh, this tight feeling in my chest. I don't know what this is. This is weird. Am I having a heart attack? And then Richie, it's under my pillow, so I never go far from it. Are you crying, Ritan? No, it's dusty in here. Allergies. Oh, stupid cold. Oh, man.
Oh boy, I got to the end of so I started the new notes today.
Uh-huh.
Like, swap documents, that is. So I got to the end of the stuff we were leaving Moncade, and it was like, end of arc, swap to these notes, and I was like,
Oh.
I was like, you guys don't understand, but it's emotional for me!
No, I understand.
Well, I mean, you know what
Yeah.
I mean. Like, in that moment, I was like,
Oh, boy.
God.
And I have so many more questions about Richie's dad.
Mhm.
Actually, his dad.
Yeah. That whole. Now I'm like,
Yeah, I know.
I'm glad I did what I did in terms of what I told Zelda before
I have no idea what that means.
with the spells that I got.
Oh.
I did things for a reason.
Yeah, he tried to do some pretty nasty shit to me and you the first night. That's a nasty spell.
What the hell?
Oh, well, I mean, he tried to cast it over there, where it wouldn't do
You know,
anything.
What you guys do in your own time is...
This was after Peepers disappeared.
Well, I mean, yeah, I got
For
that.
context.
They were well behaved, little Miss Sleepy Madela.
I love how everyone's like, you guys were misbehaving, and she's like, is it though? Really?
Kess is just disappointed that you didn't rest first like he told you to.
So was Landier.
Okay.
He straight up told you and you blew in his ear!
Oh, and he's really disappointed.
I mean, he also said, please don't die of exhaustion.
He did. That was actually the hilarious part, is like, they were sitting there having a conversation, and she said to them, he goes, yeah, I would love it if you would go to get some sleep so you don't die of exhaustion. She was like, okay, I just need a little bit.
Yeah, y'all were passed the fuck out, and the only reason was because of your exhaustion. And they didn't wake you.
Yeah. Whew.
He's also slightly disappointed he slept as long as he did.
Oh, like Ritan had an existential crisis. She's been like programmed for 10 years to be up at a specific time, and it's like, wait, what time is it?
What time was Rax up? The
It
first
would have
time?
been so 3... like 11 p.m.
Yeah.
and then through the night until about 7 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
It was
then-
more along the lines of like he got the normal amount of sleep, and then like how long was he out on the balcony alone for? Was that like an hour or something?
An hour or two, yeah.
Yeah.
That's rough, buddy.
Mm-hmm. He was not having
Dude,
it.
Kess slept for like 15 hours straight.
Damn.
Y'all were exhausted.
Yeah. Sometimes you need it.
Hmm?
Shit. I couldn't tell you the last time Keeper got 15 hours of sleep in a week.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Being an adult is hard.
It sure is. But we get to play D&D. Yay!
We
Mhm.
do.
Late on a school night as well.
Yeah, I know. We're so rebellious.
Oh, Wither, I got my Wednesday shift covered at night, so
Oh,
starting early
okay.
will be fine.
Okay. Cool.
Oh.
God, and he's got no shame either.
Lady,
No.
you
None.
knew this.
I
You
knew
knew
it.
this.
I knew it. So here was the thing. Zoe and I were talking about this, and she was like, here's the problem. He is an ally at that table now because Kess knows him already. This is not going to be meeting your parents later anymore. I was like, oh no.
Like,
Yep.
and the worst part is, I'm sure by Rax being around you enough, he would be like, and Rax will probably just think it's fucking hilarious.
There you go. I mean, you found it hilarious.
Oh,
the
yeah.
shit that he was saying. Like,
Exactly.
just no filter.
Mhm.
No filter.
I have a thingy. I'm pretty sure I said that. Actually,
What?
that Rex would be finding him fucking hilarious.
Oh no, we absolutely did talk about this. I was
Mhm.
like, Rex and him are gonna be chuckle fuck buddies. And I was like, I don't know how Kess is gonna take it. And then I was like, but Rax and him? I was like, Rax and him are gonna be the fucking worst combination.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad that you asked. I was so happy at the start of Session Keeper when you were like, did you sleep well? Because I was like, I hope he asks, I hope he asks, I hope he asks. Because I knew that I was going to say eventually. I was like, yes. Oh. Like, if she hadn't put her hand over his mouth, he probably would have told you everything. Ugh.
You don't know what he'd do.
That is true. I never know what he's gonna do. I never know what he's gonna... Everything that comes out of his mouth is a surprise. And yet, every time, I'm not actually surprised that he said it. I'm just surprised that it happened right then.
He's fun.
He is, but he's also been complete poison for both of us, because we've had to be keeping him private.
Well, there's that, but like, just my mind has been constantly processing the way he'd react to things.
Yep, you mean like last Wednesday when I described a big puddle of enemies as a fuck puddle and you just started cackling because you were like, and I had her in a private channel describe this and I went fuck puddle and she goes, what is that? I was like, I don't know, I got fuck on the brain and she goes, I bet you do. And we were in a private channel cackling and all we could get out amidst our laughter was his name. And then we would start laughing again and everyone else is up in the normal channel going, why are they laughing so hard? Oh my god, what happened? And we're just laughing, saying his name, and that was it.
He's just poison. Like, he's constantly on my brain.
Well, he's constantly on Ritan's brain, too, in more ways than one.
Mm-hmm. But she doesn't have a choice.
No, she has no choice.
There's no saving throw for him being there.
Nope.
Like a saving throw for
They
Lady.
actually talked about that, too, because he was like, it's mostly filth up here, too, and she goes, weird, same, and he goes, yeah, like, you have a choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also loved Sum's reaction. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. When Ritan was like, so Leodir is my Deva, and you were like, oh! Okay! Like, I was here for it, because out of everything you were expecting, it probably wasn't celestial being.
No. Well, I mean, me, yes. Rax, no. It's like, what, he's some angel or something, swoops down randomly, says hi?
No,
But, like, literally swoops with, like, wings and shit, not, like, just appears.
Man, you never saw any wings.
This is true. Well, more along the lines of, like, just
the worst part is,
celestial.
you actually didn't see him show up, you just heard him show up, and suddenly he was there.
Didn't we just smell him show up, and then he came around the corner?
You heard him and you smelled him.
This is getting weird. It's like free smells with Ritan's.
Scratch and sniff.
Scratch and sniff fiance. Ritan's gonna write a book just called My Scratch and Sniff Fiance.
Definitely not fuck buddies.
It has the same amount of syllables.
Oh, no. She just didn't want to let go fuck buddies.
It was so funny though.
It was relentless.
And she had the logic for it. So did you get engaged before you slept together? No, well fuck buddies. Are you gonna get laid when he comes down? Fuck buddies.
Also, them both, every time he's trying to explain the Deva Paladin thing that's
like,
going to both of them, just going, ugh. Every time it turns religious, it's ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. Can we never do this? Ugh. This is the one time we're going to explain it. And we're not even doing a good job.
Nope.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh, shit.
Boy.
All right. Here, I'll do one last for the For the viewers, for prosperity's sake. There you go. Because I always show all of my handouts multiple times before the stream ends.
Oh, yeah, I have them. As soon as we started talking about him, I realized it. I was like, threw him up on mine.
He's a handsome boy.
That he is. Oh my god, I also just realized the other thing. It's like, really? Are you surprised? Look at me. Now look at her. Now look at us. Duh.
Yeah.
Like, what is the hello?
He's such a peacock.
We have actually had conversations about that as well, where she's like, no, tail is closed right now. And I'm like, okay. And then she's like, nope, tail's out, full fan peacock. And I'm like, all right. Like, we've had to differentiate whether or not he's full plume or not.
Mm-hmm. He's such a swaggering asshole in the best kind of way.
Oh, like I said, just enough bad to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And this is why Ritan said this is going to be my new nightmare, because...
Now he can just pop in whenever he wants.
Nope, it's not even just that. Now, Rax and Kess and now Miryu are going to be helping him.
I said to whether Miryu and Leodir are going to be fucking drink buddies at the bar.
Kinda sad he didn't come join us. Not gonna lie.
I mean, he may have if it wasn't as public as it was.
Yeah.
If we got that private room.
Try
if we rented
tomorrow.
out the private room, probably.
You don't know if you'd be able to get in there.
That is true. I don't, because it's magically protected.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's the one that's not. There's two separate ones.
Yep.
But yeah, he has the unfortunate side effect of, well, I guess I wouldn't call it unfortunate, but it's just, you know, when he's there, it kind of smells different.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually, this is even funnier because Zoe sent me the preview of her notes from the first session that I was in with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Am I allowed to talk about that?
What, the start of the Moncade notes?
No, the start of Welcome to Frostbane.
Yeah, Moncade notes. Mm-hmm.
The whatever one you sent me the other day.
Yeah.
So the perception check that we had to make when we got up onto the balcony was to notice him. He was in the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was?
And you guys, everyone but Waka and Ritan failed the check.
Ritan's was significantly easier because she's used to his presence, but...
Mm-hmm.
But I also rolled a 21.
No,
But
you
yeah.
needed was an 8.
I know. I needed an 8. I was actually laughing with my husband about this the other day. I was like, what would have happened if I had rolled a 6?
You would have smelled him, but you wouldn't have seen him.
Yeah.
And, that
And
would
then
have
what
been...
was even funnier is right before Richie came up to talk to us, there was a reason why Ritan kept looking behind you guys. He walked up the stairs past you guys and was sitting in a booth behind you. Staring at Ritan. The entire time. Which is also why when she picked up Richie, she turned around and looked behind her because he was still there, and he just winked at her.
He raised his wine glass.
Yep. There's
I
all
like
these
him.
little things now. I like him. You just like him because he's sassy.
Oh, yeah.
He's a sassy motherfucker.
He is a sassy motherfucker. And now we can actually talk about this too. When it's not Lucifer gifts, it's Team Rocket gifts because Leodir and Ritan's chaotic energy is basically Team Rocket.
That's why when you sent the Wobbuffet one, I was dying, but I couldn't say anything. Because I was like,
We've been debating which one of you guys is gonna be Meowth.
and I was like, Miryu's Meowth and Rex is Wobbuffet.
Yep.
Straight up. And then I imagined them all cosplaying and I fucking died.
Does that make me Ditto?
Maybe.
I fucking can't. so glad we don't actually have fan art right now because they might draw all of our characters as Team Rocket.
Oh god.
Oh.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Oh my god. Okay. Hang on a second.
Oh, boy, I'm tired.
I'm gonna go probably head out, cut down the
Yeah, me
stream, all that
too.
business.
Yep.
But that was fun. Much needed after last week's.
I'm so sorry for what I did to you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I mean, it makes sense in the time, but we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out. Same time next week, 5 o'clock Eastern, at here, or Wither's channel. The YouTube will be up Tuesday morning. I'll start the transfer tonight, but I'll schedule it to go up Tuesday. Yeah, other than that, everybody have a good night. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Bye.